the other key players in tourism and as well agribusiness. One of our sponsors is ABI, the Agribusiness Initiative. We've got Finca, Ragzio, who talk to us about data.
Recording in progress.
Today, we'd like to thank the sponsors who've been with us for the last years, from 2017 till today, MasterCard and many others. So today is a conversation around, we know our country is beautiful. We know we're well endowed. We know we have all the fantastic things. In fact, we have great minds who've decided to invest in the tourism sector. Whether you're targeting domestic or international, it doesn't matter. You need funding to make sure that what you're giving or your product is competitive in nature. Yesterday we spoke about how one of the biggest issues that you're creating, or thinking the production and then the processes are for Uganda, the value addition is for Uganda, but it really isn't. You're competing with the world. I think COVID should have taught us that already, that the world gets shut down, not just a small Uganda. And if the world gets shut down, you sneeze here in where? Madagascar, it's felt. So we need to talk about that. I know one of our speakers on the panel said, Germany, China. If we could just also become a big something and not be backward. And the only way to do that is to not just give funding. I think our CEOs of the banks, you are called upon to not just think, I know you're already doing that. You're thinking forward. It's not just about giving someone money. Give them information, empower them, give them networks, add value. Don't just give me money because you might give it to me and I do nothing with it. Joining us today as well is the chairman of the Uganda Tourism Board, Honorable Daudi Migerako. Welcome. I know you'll be speaking to us in just a few minutes. We look forward to your notes today. First, we wouldn't start a day. Yesterday was amazing, I think, partly because we prayed. So allow me to welcome the Executive Director of the Uganda Bankers Association to start us off with some blessings. And Wilbrod, I've been asked to squeeze you that after the prayer, you sort of recap your feelings or thoughts of yesterday, of day one, as we chatter into day two. So please welcome Mr. Wilbrod Owuor.
Thank you very much, Flavia. Looks like I'm becoming the conference pastor. Let us humble ourselves before Almighty God. Father in heaven, thank you once again for being with us yesterday. We had a rich day in terms of content. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Today, we thank you again for the Journey Mercies, for blessing everybody who's made it here, for our wonderful online audience, and for the deliberations ahead of us. May those deliberations help us shape the interventions ahead of us to support the tourism sector that has immense potential and the related value chain of SMEs and all the businesses that support the tourism sector, including agribusiness and agriculture. May you make our country a #1 destination with all the blessings of the Pearl of Africa. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Flavia has asked me to share yesterday. It was a rich day, no doubt. A lot of insights we got from the manufacturers themselves, especially where focus should be. But our keynote speaker was wonderful in dimensioning the perspectives across Africa, particularly the role of manufacturing and the interventions there. I think critical in his remarks yesterday was what the Central Bank of Nigeria has done beyond price stability, controlling inflation and macroeconomic stability for the central bank. We learned yesterday that the Nigerian Central Bank went beyond that to give focus to other development issues, especially the manufacturing sector. And it was pleasant to learn that the amount of lending or private sector credit going to manufacturing is now equal to the energy or oil and gas. You know, Nigeria is very big in oil and gas, like we are about to be. in Uganda in oil and gas. But it was pleasant to learn that they made a deliberate effort to put that amount of lending to manufacturing. And obviously, we are going to benchmark with the CBN to learn more lessons. And I think subsequently we had more insights, including private equity as an alternative source to the traditional banking finance. As we said yesterday, not every single finance problem can be sorted by commercial banks, just because of the nature of commercial banking. And then there was private equity. Today we will hear about sustainable finance. We have rich stories from our partners, ABI. We have a development partner. We have European Union here. They will speak to us, including the interventions and further support. So we are looking forward to a rich day again. For us, the work will start again after the conference, especially the actions to follow through. We will look forward that the same enthusiasm with which the input has come in will be the same one, energy levels for implementing the recommendations. So once again, we look forward to a wonderful day. Thank you very much, Flavia.
Thank you so much, Wilbrod, our host. And speaking of deliberations, yesterday the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Trade, Geraldine Sally, commented that, okay, we come here many times, we talk, and that's it. We now know the problems. But like I said yesterday, this is a solution-centered conversation, so make sure you ask the questions. Yesterday, there were plenty of good questions. We hope to give you enough time from our keynote to our panels to actually ask those questions. Today we're centering around tourism and agribusiness. The next speaker, when I saw him being asked a couple of questions, and someone said, but this interest rate thing, you know, people who don't really understand the numbers and how banking works, which is most of your clients, when you start to explain interest rates, they zone out because they just see how you want to take more of the money they already don't have. But I heard him explain it, and one of the things he said is that, you know, by the time we have that percentage that you're going to pay, there's so many variables. Some in the bank's control, some not in the bank's control. And I liked that he went in to explain. I don't want to, you know, give his speech away. But please welcome the Vice Chairman of the Uganda Bankers Association, Mr. Julius Kaketo. All the love.
I think speaking after our towering ED, I don't have to adjust the mic. Thank you, Flavia. I'll shy away from interest rates. Starting with the protocols, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Tourism and Antiquities, represented by the Director, the Chairman, Uganda Tourism Board, Honorable Daudi Migereko, the ED, Uganda Tourism Board, the Chairman, Uganda Tourism Association, our keynote speakers, distinguished panelists, facilitators, and all the resource persons present, representatives from Bank of Uganda, members of the diplomatic corps and development partners here present, all representatives of government ministries and agencies, stakeholders from the tourism, hospitality, and agribusiness sectors, as well as all the private sector players here present, directors and chief executives of financial institutions, distinguished invited guests online, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julius Kaketo. I'm the Vice Chair of UBA and also the Managing Director for Postbank Uganda. On behalf of the Bankers Association, I welcome you to the second day of our 5th series of the annual Bankers Conference, and thank you for honoring our invitation. Today, we'll focus on tourism, hospitality, and agribusiness, and their related value chains. There is a lot of potential in tourism. I think that has been said before and several times. Tourism is one of the largest and fastest growing industries globally and will play a significant role in regaining the socioeconomic recovery post-COVID-19 pandemic. Tourism promotes trade and investment and significantly contributes to the development of other sectors, including the construction sector, manufacturing, transport, logistics, food services, financial services, among others. The statistics indicate the contribution of the tourism and hospitality sector in Uganda is well illuminated in our conference magazine, and I'm not going to go into the details here. You can refer to the magazine. Uganda's tourism sector still has unique, untapped potential, and we are enthusiastic that UTB's 2021-2025 strategic plan and new brand identity will unlock this potential. Many MSMEs, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, are active in all parts of the tourism value chain, made up of, among others, tour operators, transporters, accommodation, restaurants, gift sales, excursions, and supporting communities. The above sectors and their value chains require timely, well-structured, and tailored competitive financing to anchor their recovery or growth, as the case may be, especially after the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Accommodation providers, including hotels and Airbnb, are another part of the value chain and vital ingredient for travelers who are looking for a unique travel experience as conveyed via the staff and the property itself. Statistics indicate that approximately 90% of the hotels are owned by the private sector, out of which 75% are owned by domestic private players. These statistics point to private sector financing needs. Direct loan tourism and hospitality sector exposure to financial institutions regulated by Bank of Uganda currently stands at 435 billion, and that excludes property refurbishments and developments, which are separately captured under real estate. Key identified financing opportunities for private sector players in the tourism and hospitality sector include working capital and medium-term debt support of 2 to 4 years to ease the settlement of the debt burden, cushioning the businesses, individuals, and financial institutions during the recovery period. Medium-term recovery support of 60 to 72 months, 5 to 6 years, to enable the hospitality and tourism industry on a national and regional level, including marketing and support materials, staff training, retraining, and information. Then provision of long-term appropriate financing mechanism to support the tourism and hospitality sector infrastructure and the related ecosystem. Like all tourism industries around the world, the Uganda tourism sector was not spared the effects of COVID-19. The tourism industry has, however, shown resilience and is getting back on track with future projections very promising. Given that most of the internally generated revenue from the tourism sector is largely reliant on nature-based tourism product, for Uganda, gifted by nature, a lot of the God-given nature is what we rely on. Financial resilience and recovery and financing post-COVID-19 is going to require diversification of tourism products. In this regard, private sector credit should target small and medium enterprises, complemented by capacity building for local and communities to develop and promote local tourism products. To this end, special thanks go to UDB and the AU, who are providing the tourism facility that has a grant component. The share of the national budget allocated to the tourism sector has persistently remained low, ranging between 0.1 to 0.6% of the total national budget. I think that is worth noting. The share of the national budget allocated to the tourism sector has persistently remained low, ranging between 0.1 to 0.6% of the total national budget for the last 8 years, if you consider from 2014-15 to 2021-22. If you look at the last 8 budgets, this challenge could constrain or curtail growth of the sector and limit the otherwise high potential in the sector if not revisited. We also believe a review of some of the fiscal policies around the tourism and hospitality sectors, especially the numerous or various taxes and levies in the hotel and other subsectors in the value chain. Actually, if you look at the handout, you'll see, I think tourism has maybe more than 15 different taxes. And that is an opportunity to review and see how that can be managed better. It could go a long way in providing the much needed relief and serve as an attraction for further investment. Development partners and civil society organizations are playing a significant role in supporting the sector through tourism-related activities, including mobilization of technical and financial resources to support government efforts in preservation of the resources upon which tourism is based, influencing policy development, marketing, public sensitization and awareness about the tourism potential and opportunities, research and advocacy for community and capacity enhancement. Development partner support, however, is constrained by factors related to implementation modalities and specific conditionalities. Support constraints could also emanate out of delays in release of counterpart funding from government, lengthy procurement processes, and inadequate harmonization of other programs to complement the tourism sector. The above negatively impact financing Uganda's tourism sector, and as such, it is imperative that integrated planning is undertaken between government, development, partners, and private sector players before projects are identified and later implemented. Such a framework would ensure that support goes where impact is highest. The banking and financial sector is at the center of all these dynamics as providers and enablers of financial flow, and is the reason this dialogue is happening. This session is intended to help us focus on how best financial sector players and institutions can competitively and sustainably bridge the gap and make available the much needed financing required to support both recovery and growth of these sectors without compromising the resilience and growth of the banking sector itself. The priority areas for financing therefore include financing to increase existing stock and quality of tourism infrastructure, financing tourism product development and diversification, financing aggressive tourism marketing, financing responsible and sustainable tourism. The world has become very environmentally cautious, and sustainability issues today impact travelers' choices about destinations and where to stay. Activities that damage the environment attract strong negative sentiments and can typically constrain financing and furthering of projects, however critical and developmental it may be to a country. At the small and medium-sized business levels, environmentally friendly technologies are preferred, including, say, hotels using solar power, conserving water, reducing plastic waste, and so on. Guests now expect hotels to join the sustainability movement. Alternative financing options, including green finance or climate finance, responsible banking for sustainability, and other forms of blended financing is the way to go, and increasingly being required of financial institutions as well as beneficiary end users to leverage on. We have in this conference subject experts to discuss all these areas today, and we look forward to reach deliberations and recommendations. I wish to conclude by calling upon you all to participate and contribute to enriching this financing conversation so that we unlock the said potential. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of UBA to all of you participants and partners for honoring our invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yesterday, there was an interesting conversation. One of our sponsors was talking about how they, as a company, have actually realized, or as a foundation, that you have to be forward-thinking. I think that's it. You have to be forward-thinking. And if, as an organization, you're forward-thinking and you know what will it look like in 10 years, in 5 years, you see what we're talking about, green financing, climate financing. These are conversations that we should have been having 10 years ago, and someone was having those conversations 10 years ago, and they've already innovated ahead of us. That was Mr. Sheria Ali, the country manager of MasterCard for East Africa. He actually said, we don't lack ideas, but it's going to cost us to value add on those ideas. MasterCard have been with the Bankers Conference for a long time. They've supported us through it, and I think they pledge to still go with us through the next years. They have something for you to see. Eyes to the screen.
Farming plays a critical role in the social and economic health of communities. According to the World Bank, agricultural sector growth is up to 4 times more effective than any other sector in raising incomes among the poorest populations. Yet farmers struggle to run a sustainable business.
We never knew the market price for our crops, which meant we didn't always receive a fair price and payment was often delayed. We had no access to credit or loans to buy fertilizer or seeds.
To help farmers get paid more and faster, MasterCard created FarmPass, a digital platform that brings agri-sector stakeholders from the demand and supply side together into one agricultural marketplace.
The goal of FarmPass is to try and deal with some of those pain points. How to deal offline as well as online. How to get paid efficiently and pay for your inputs. This is all about ultimately improving the well-being, the livelihoods of farmers.
In Uganda, the Chibinge Farmer Cooperative Society joined FarmPass in 2022. By digitizing agricultural flows in FarmPass, the Chibinge Cooperative has been able to keep up with demand for agri-inputs, and farmers have received the inputs they need more quickly and at a lower cost.
FarmPass has given me the opportunity to buy quality seeds and fertilizers to grow higher quality crops. With FarmPass and Chibinge's involvement, my coffee harvest and yields have improved every year.
FarmPass stabilizes income flows and connects farmers to working capital, putting themselves on a pathway to prosperity. FarmPass is part of MasterCard's long-standing commitment to financial inclusion and commitment to connecting 1 billion people into the formal digital economy.
Thank you so much to MasterCard. Round of applause there. They've been long-standing partners and they've still with us. Someone actually asked a question while we're sitting there, said, but isn't that odd that you're having a conversation on tourism and agribusiness in the same room? Does that even make sense? Does it make sense to you? It does, right? Tourism and agribusiness, they're centered around what? People, right? And their livelihoods. What else? Infrastructure. I was thinking that you cannot say, because you're mentioning Airbnb and hotels and all of these things. I mean, unless they're going to come and tour by looking at us, it's going to be very difficult, you know? And what are people in the agribusiness complaining about? Infrastructure. The roads are poor, this is poor, access to this, access to that. You'd be surprised. Those two sectors actually need to be in the same room. So it's not a mistake that we're here having this conversation. Allow me to welcome someone who will probably throw greater insight on the tourism sector, the chairperson or the chairman for the Uganda Tourism Board, Honorable Daudi Megereko.
Is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here, in the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey, in the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
Thank you, thank you. I think the organizers have made my work very easy. I thought I would put in a request for the running of that small clip, but you've really made my work easy. The President, Uganda Bank Association, with your team, the CEOs of financial institutions, the CEOs of various companies in the country, the political leadership, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, it's a great pleasure to be here this morning, our tourism family, and I would like to introduce them before I can say anything. We have the Director of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, standing in for the Permanent Secretary. Many of you know Mr. Aja very well from Uganda Investment Authority, Minister of Science and Technology, and so on and so forth. The CV is so long. Then we have Madame Ajarova here, the CEO of Uganda Tourism Board. We have Mr. Stephen Asimwe, I don't know, please stand up, the immediate former CEO of Uganda Tourism Board, and now the CEO of Private Sector Foundation. We have got Mr. Stephen Masaba here from Uganda Wildlife Authority. Then we have got Mr. Irunga, I don't know where he is, one of our marketing, oh, you are seated too far. You should always be visible. Should always be visible. And many of you who are in the tourism industry, as tour operators, hoteliers, name it, I'm going to speak for you. But as you can realize, Mr. Kaketo is making my work very difficult. I did not know how he prepared his speech. I'm going to have a problem where you are not an examiner, otherwise I would have run into a lot of problems. But thank you very much. The presentation you have made here is what we need. You have spoken for the industry, and we are greatly encouraged that you, as chairman of Uganda Bank Association, you clearly understand our problems. Some time back, when Ndugu Asimwe and other Ugandans were going to Congo, I made some frantic calls. And I said, honestly, I see Equity. Is Equity represented here? Equity Bank. They are not here. I was reading in the papers that Equity Bank had mobilized $13 billion for Kenyans who were intending to invest in Congo, DRC. Of course, I was challenging Ndugu Asimwe here that now this challenge by Equity, how do we measure up? But when a conference like this one comes up, it gives you an opportunity to raise some of these issues, because there is nothing we can do on the business front without the support of financial institutions. You go to Sudan and you see what Kenya Commercial Bank is doing. Go to Somalia and you see what Kenya Commercial Bank is doing. Now you go to Congo, we need, courtesy of this conference, to also reflect on that one, to support the local industries, but also support business ventures by Ugandans in the regional market in the Great Lakes region. I thought I needed to make those points because UPDF is doing a very good job of ensuring law and order. But there must be a complementary business, commercial, and economic program. The road to integration will be much easier if we, the biggest proponents of integration, do business and make sure that we address the economic issues in the places where we go. You know, I'm no longer looking for votes, so I have to limit my remarks when it comes to some of those issues. Globally, tourism has become the world's third largest export industry after fuels, chemicals, and ahead of food, automotive products, and so on and so forth. As such, many countries the world over are mainstreaming tourism and hospitality in their economies. The best examples are America. It has practically everything, but it's also still talking tourism. We have got Saudi Arabia, known to be the richest in terms of oil and hydrocarbons. But now they are saying they must pay attention to tourism. They have got all these people who are going for hijab, but they are also telling them, yes, spiritual, but also tourism. We have got Dubai, leading economic center in the world, but they're also telling you tourism is the area we are focusing on. You go to Kenya, practically every leader in Kenya is into tourism. In Uganda, whenever you appear before a bank, they say, I'm a politically exposed person, I'm a little bit dangerous to deal with. Chairman, can you hear that? In Kenya, it appears it is one of the requirements to be in politics. And it has paid dividends for them. I'll give you an example. In 1983, I was a student somewhere, and I was reading Daily Nation. And there was a man called Matiba. He was a minister in Kenya. He was being investigated for having too much money on his bank accounts. He had over 600 million pounds in 1983, Matiba. And they wanted to know, where did he get his money from? If any of you had ever heard of the Alliance, a group of companies, they had hotels everywhere on the continent of Africa. They were into breweries and what have you. Please permit us to become Matibas in Uganda. And I'm saying this because whenever I go out to borrow, they bring you a form. You were a politician. Yes, I was. And politicians are supposed to be influential and get things going. You need the politicians, you the bankers. Tanzania, the late President Magufuli invested heavily in tourism. Heavily. Airstrips, 6 bombardiers, what have you, and he himself also got into tourism. So please, we really need to mainstream tourism the way other countries are doing if we are going to compete. And we can't do so without the support of you, the financial institutions. I must therefore commend the Bankers Association for the initiative taken to organize this interactive dialogue regarding what the banks can do to catalyze economic recovery and growth post-2021, focusing on the productive sectors, but in particular, tourism and hospitality. Prior to COVID-19 outbreak in 2019, tourism was Uganda's leading foreign exchange earner, bringing in approximately $1.6 billion US, had created about 667,000 jobs, directly and indirectly, and was contributing about 7.7% to our GDP. This contribution was taking place despite the limited support from financial institutions and despite the minimal budgetary allocation by government. And my brother, Honorable Jalonyo Omach, is here. He was Minister of Finance for a long time. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but those who come after you should try to see what more that can be done for tourism in order to ensure that the sector that brings in, that makes the greatest contribution in terms of foreign exchange is also fed commensurately. It is also on record that about 58% of the people who are in the tourism industry are women. You know the NRM stand on ladies and the participation in critical decision making. If the tourism sector is important, according to NRM, the ladies must be there. 58%, and I know the number is growing. According to research by the World Tourism and Travel Council of 2022, prior to the pandemic, the global tourism sector accounted for 1 in every 4 jobs. If there are 4 people here employed, tourism at least had 1 person actively involved in the sector and making a contribution to the economy. 10.3% of all jobs and 10.3% of all global GDP is being contributed by tourism. However, furthermore, international spending by the global sector was registered at about $1.8 trillion US in 2019, which is the equivalent of 6.8% of the total world exports. However, the tourism sector is projected to grow by 30.7%, with international tourism taking the lead ahead of domestic tourism. International spending tourism will increase by 24.3% in 2022, after a decline which had been recorded of about 69.4% in 2021. The projected sector growth in tourism and travel in Africa is estimated at about 27.7%, ahead of other regions, with the Middle East at 27.1% and Europe at 23.5%. 50% of the global population are now catalyzed as middle-income class earners and can therefore afford travel in their areas of interest because they have disposable income. If you don't have access to some surplus disposable income, you can't spend on tourism. But they have told you that 50% globally are already in the middle class segment and therefore have money that they can spend on tourism. And our duty is to follow up that money and bring it here. This is our work as UTB, Uganda Wildlife Authority. I mean, all of us who are in tourism. That's our work. The impact of COVID on Uganda's tourism sector, what was it? I'm sure we have all been discussing this, but I can tell you it was a nightmare for some of us. Before the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, the World Travel and Tourism Council, WTTC 2019 publication, predicted that between 2019 and 2026, the 10 fastest growing destinations for leisure travel spending would be: number 1, India; Number 2, Angola in South Africa. Number 3, guess what? Uganda, Brunei, Thailand, China, Miami, Oman, Mozambique, and Vietnam. Now, as a banker, you need to be set to finance people who are going to service the country which is in the 3rd position. Yes, the predictions were made before COVID, but they are still relevant. And we need to take interest in these predictions in order to determine or to guide our investment decisions and our lending decisions. According to a study conducted by the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities on the effect of COVID on tourism in Uganda, the following were revealed. 1, at least 70% of the workforce in the tourism industry lost their jobs because of the pandemic. 70%. 91.8% of the tourism entities had followed or downsized the workforce due to the financial hit caused by COVID-19 by end of June 2020. Hotels were one of the hardest hit by COVID. While the occupancy bookings had stood at 75.2%, of all hotel bookings in Uganda were cancelled by the end of June, and the hotel occupancy rates reduced from an average of 58.2% before COVID to as low as 5.3%. Many of you who tried to visit hotels during that time, I'm sure you found them closed. And that is the type of life we are leading. But also, all this was happening, and yet we had bank loans. A total of 400 and about 50,000 hotel room bookings during the period March 2020 to 30th June 2020 were cancelled, which caused a loss of revenue amounting to about $320.8 million US. 90% of tour operators registered client cancellation of bookings between March 2020 and June 2020. As a result of these cancellations, tourism revenues in excess of $30.4 million US were lost by auto or tour and travel industry. The only way we can mitigate expeditiously against the negative impact of COVID on the industry is by the banking sector and government coming up with a program to stimulate recovery of the sector, expeditiously coming up with a program to address the challenges that the sector faced. Many countries have addressed this matter by announcing a stimulus package for their economies. And I'm sure you heard these announcements, Botswana, Mauritius, and many others. In the US, the stimulus package was aimed at the productive sectors of the economy so that they could employ people, and in turn the people would be able to spend. I think this is something that we need to look at and see how far we can go. Although the sector has started seeing some positive signs of recovery, there are still numerous challenges that require urgent intervention at the highest level if Uganda is to return to the upward growth trajectory that we all want. Some of the challenges and the attendant needs are in these areas. 1, we need to see the enhancing and visibility and the competitiveness of destination Uganda with the commensurate resources from the point of funding and human resource. With the launch of the country destination brand, Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, the needs for financial resources and support of the tourism private sector by financial institutions and government is most urgent. Some people were asking me, why have you put on that shirt? When you are meeting bankers, you should be having a necktie, should be putting on a suit. I had to spend a bit of time Explore Uganda that we have a new brand, Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. I hope, Madam Majarova, you'll be generous enough to share information on the new brand and shirts of this nature so that people can feel proud of the new brand, the one I'm putting on. On credit, there are issues of bureaucracy. If I come to the bank, I want to get money, it takes too long. It takes too long. There is limited flexibility depending on what level you are operating at. There is unexplainable paperwork. There is over-securitization. And at times I don't want to discuss any assets I have with the banks, just like I don't want to discuss this with URA. Because when you go out to borrow, and they know you have this asset, that asset, they say, no, the lending will be easy. Bring this title, bring that title. And all of a sudden you discover that they want to take everything away from you. Now, please, this really cannot be sustained. And obviously, the high cost of money. You know what is interesting? Before I became a minister, Postbank was ready to lend money to me for a big project without asking too many questions. Now, after serving in government, the questions are millions. Ndugu, I don't know what the problem is. The other bank I visited, they said, you know, we can't give you money, you're a politically exposed person. Is being politically exposed criminal? I think you need to revisit some of these things, because when I ring a country A and I tell them that I need to borrow, I'm a former minister, they will not even demand security. They will not. They will send me the forms, I fill them in, I tell them I need $500,000, and I will get the money on my account. When I'm in Uganda, it is like when you're a politician, you will never pay anything back. Mr. Thombi here, Diamond Trust Bank, I've done business with you. Have I ever failed to pay? But these are the banks, politically exposed person. Oh, that is why your application is taking about 4 months to be processed. But who has 4 months to wait? Because in tourism, if I need to service my clients, things must be there yesterday. Kindly listen to me and try to do something about this. Regarding the financial sector, in 2015, the UN General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that included the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Expanding access to financial services is one of the targets under the goals, which were designed to be a blueprint for achieving a better and more sustainable future for all. Financial services are instrumental for consumers to improve their economic well-being, thereby contributing to achieving the goals. Increased consumer access to secure payment and remittances, savings and credit, insurance and investment contributes to achieving goals, UN goals 1, 5, and 10. So the thing we are talking about here is at that level. The UN, all the countries in the world have discussed it, and we really need to make sure that we are compliant. Uganda's untapped tourism potential. There is huge potential that is untapped. And we decided to pick on the case of Uganda Development Bank. As you all know, Uganda Development Bank has been ranked as one of the best banks for lending to the productive sectors of the economy in Uganda. Whenever you hear the president talking, says you want long-term credit, why don't you go to UDB? Every manifesto of any party talks about UDB. Now, I brought up this case of UDB because when I was looking at their annual report, there was a breakdown to lending. They lent 34% to agriculture, they lent 30% to agro-processing, they lent 23% to manufacturing, they lent 5%. You know, I can't even say it loudly. 5%. to tourism and hospitality, 3% to infrastructure, human capital, 2%, 3% to others. Honestly, you can see where we are. We need something better than 5%. Tourism and hospitality sector, which are considered to be major contributors to the economy of Uganda, were allocated only 5% of the loanable funds in UDB. The situation with other banks, we shall talk about, because I have not read the annual reports, so I don't want to say this one is lending only this much, this one is lending only this much to tourism. But the message is, if these are the productive sectors, and tourism is your number one foreign exchange earner, please, your money will come back. When you lend to tourism, you are certain that it is business, and it is real business, and the money will come back. So really, I don't have much to say about this. I think I have delivered the message very clearly, and I don't think the sector will accuse me of having said nothing when I was given the opportunity to do so. There are clear signs that tourism and hospitality sector are on the road to recovery. The figures from Uganda Wildlife Authority of 2022 regarding visits to the parks confirm this. There is a table up there. And I want you to look at the last column, which compares 2020 to 2021. And you can clearly see, number 3, East African citizens. They developed a craving for travel. And the number of visitors from within Uganda and neighboring states to the parks went up by 101% between the year 2020 and the year 2021. Can you imagine? Immediately after COVID, and people are saying, we must travel. Ndugu Masaba here is the expert in these things. I'm sure he'll be given an opportunity to say more. Because we want all these people with money to come to the parks, to come and visit our areas of touristic attraction. Isn't it? And you need to tell them what process they need to go through in order to be in a position to get to all these attractive places. I'm sure you'll get time to look at this table much more critically after I have made my submission. It is in light of this that we are appealing for urgent support in order for the sector to be able to cope with the travel demands in the destination Uganda. Tourism is one of the largest and fastest growing sectors in the global economy, bringing new opportunities for many countries, while at the same time presenting many new challenges. From the above table, there are clear signs of recovery of the sector, and this recovery calls for more investment in order to deal with the demands of the industry. Incidentally, due to the enforcement of health and safety protocols and vaccination requirements, travelers are now confident to travel again, and we are getting reports of increased travel globally on the part of the people who had been confined in their homes for too long during COVID. So I don't want anybody to say there is COVID or there has been COVID. Man has learned how to live with COVID. They have introduced Ministry of Health SOPs. They have introduced vaccination. And you'll not be allowed to get on the plane without a certificate which shows you have no COVID, which indicates that you not spread COVID. Because of that, many people are getting the confidence to be on the move, and Uganda is one of the destinations they are targeting. Many are trying to discover new places and are also in search of opportunities in other places, including Uganda. Therefore, the financial institutions and the sector need to work closely together in order to be able to measure up to the new challenges. What do we want the banks to do to contribute to the speedy recovery of the tourism hospitality sectors post-COVID 2021? I avoided saying conclusion. I'm saying what do we want you to do for the tourism and the hospitality sector? Number one, domestic and international tourism. Happenings in the immediate post-COVID-19 period have revealed that Uganda has a strong emerging domestic tourism clientele and international tourists that are ready to take advantage of the facilities in tourism and the hospitality sector. The table I've given brings this one out clearly. The global health and safety protocols and vaccination requirements have boosted traveler confidence around the world. These tourists need market information, travel and tour companies to arrange their travel and deliver them to places of touristic attraction, a mixture of affordable and premium hotels and lodges. I'm deliberately talking about a mixture because there are people who want high-end hotels and lodges. But there are also those with medium-class income and can only pay $100 to $150. But there are also those who can only pay $50. But there are also those who can only pay 50,000 Uganda shillings. It is our duty in the industry to take care of all these people. If you can only stay in Serena, yes, we have a Serena for you. If you can only stay in Sheraton, we have a Sheraton for you. But also, if you want to stay in a lodge of 50,000, it must be there for you, because we want you to enjoy your Uganda. And I want to thank Uganda Wildlife Authority. They have developed hostels for students. And now when you go to the park, you find students are lining up and they are not scared of anything. They are even ready to stay in the park because there is affordable accommodation in the parks. This is a message I want you to help me and deliver to the education institutions in your areas. Because whatever you do when you are still young, you'll always be able to remember and you'll always be able to pass on this story to those who come after you. The private sector needs financial support from financial institutions to establish and operate their facilities efficiently in line with internationally acceptable standards. I emphasize that one. When visitors come to our hotels and there is anything funny, they will not come back. If they find that hotels are not insisting on SOPs, they will come and report to UTB and say there is a hotel there which is not bothered about SOPs. Why do they come to UTB? It is our duty to register and authorize operation of all tourism facilities in the country. And if you want to get more information, in case you have a lodge or hotel, Madam Ajarova is here. She enjoys doing her work. She will talk to you and give you all the information. The young man, Daniel, is also there. They are ready to help you so that we can go through all this and we remain internationally competitive. Number two, and I want the bankers to listen to me very carefully on this one. There is the issue of accrued interest on loans during COVID lockdown. During the 2 years of COVID lockdown, practically all businesses closed down, except the bank departments responsible for computing interest on loans. We are told there is a lockdown, there is curfew, don't work, don't produce anything, and in the process we are not earning anything. But you guys, during this period, computation of interest was going on. This is a matter we need to think through very seriously. As soon as lockdown was lifted, all these businesses were faced with huge loan obligations to settle on account of huge interest arising from the lockdown period. Many such businesses have been foreclosed, or some are under threat of foreclosure. It is our appeal that this matter be given serious consideration. Let government, let Bank of Uganda, let the private sector, let the banks meet and we find a solution to this problem. Because the ordinary Ugandan who was working as a civil servant made some savings, got gratuity and pension, and invested in a hotel or lodge. And then COVID hits and government says to protect Ugandans, lockdown, stop working. And you say, you man, you are in breach of the lending contract. We must sell off this property to recover bank money. But you know, it can't work like this. So, Chairman, one of the things we really need to deal with is this one. I'm told you made huge profits during that period. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I'm told. Can we sit down with the Bank of Uganda so that instead of taxing those big profits, they can use that money to settle these outstanding loan obligations? Some of you could be having better solutions. Mine is very crude because all I'm trying to do is to save the businesses of the people in the industry who are faced with foreclosure. I don't know whether this matter has ever been given consideration, but my view is that we need to deal with it because we cannot let Ugandans start businesses and following day they are gone. How if there is another lockdown? What are we going to do? So this is a matter that we really need to take up. That time when we brought up this matter, because the industry was the first one to approach the Minister of Finance about this issue. And every day they would plead about Bank of Uganda, because I thought it was a policy matter on part of government. Then they said, we can't do anything, Bank of Uganda is not here. When Bank of Uganda comes, they come with someone who cannot take a decision. And then they had the other issues and so on. Those issues are gone, let's sit down and we deal with this issue. Number 3, the role of social media and the internet. Due to the ease with which information, experiences, standards, and aspirations can be shared, courtesy of the internet, social media, and IT, and I must add government policies, because government policies have helped a lot domesticate IT technology in this country. Whether you want to use it for the good reasons, you want to use it for the bad reasons, it's up to you. It is there for you. Now, if we are going to survive the emerging competition, we need to do something about this. At UTB, in the tourism sector, the ministry and government, the launch of a new brand was meant to bring on board even these issues of technology. Because when you go out now and you talk to the people in the industry, everybody is digital, digital, digital. You'd say, oh, but I can't get this. Oh, you mean you have not used your phone? You can't use your computer? Now, this is the world in which we are. We need to get more support in order to make sure that we clearly domesticate this within the industry. And this may require developing some new products which clearly target these new technologies that have come on the market. Because let me tell you what, before COVID, you did not require Zoom. And many hotels did not have internet. But today, any hotel in this country must have internet. And I can tell you the challenge we are faced with. We need to immediately step up capacity of our internet as a country. Because even this meeting, who knows, you may be broadcasting it in the US, in Russia, or wherever. And people are listening in, people are contributing. So this IT thing is something you really need to pay serious attention to, because many traditional hotels are yet to fully appreciate that they cannot operate without the internet, without Zoom facilities, and so on and so forth. And I wish the bankers could also raise this with the Minister of IT and National Guidance IT and Information. Because even in the parks, everybody wants to share experiences immediately. Standing next to an elephant, and you send it to Casablanca, to wherever you are coming from. If this is not there, tourists are cut off. There are no communication facilities in Uganda. So this is a matter that really concerns all of us intimately. Number 4 is push for PPs and JVs, public-private partnerships and joint ventures to finance and develop tourism sites and products that are unique to our country. Every country has products which are unique to only that country. And even Uganda, we do have them. This is specific to product improvement and development. We have unique sites, such as the source of the Nile. Not that I come from Jinja, but that's the reality. The equator. Everybody who hears that the equator goes through Uganda. The other time we were with the Indian minister in Jinja. After visiting the source of the Nile, he said, there is no way I can go back to India without going to the equator. I have to report that I was at the equator, and there must be a recording. You can imagine. This is what the tourists are saying. Itanda Falls, Murchison Falls, CP, Namugongo, Matas Shrine is a major attraction. The Kabaka's Lake, Lake Victoria and the Nile. These can be funded and developed to the levels of the Chinese, Dubai, and Qatar. Because every visitor who comes to Uganda, there are these places that they have heard of. Now, we need to do something about this, and you, the banks, can come in handy. You know, when I was in energy, and my brother Kasiria is here, and you have a site, you go to the bank and say, there is a mini hydro here. Can you fund me to develop it? I'm telling the banks, take interest in tourism just like you've taken in energy, so that we can be in a position to develop these sites to international standards. Ndugu Kasi, I hope when we meet after this, we shall be able to discuss this. This calls for greater cooperation between government, urban authorities, UTB, financial institutions, and the private sector. But you know, we have a duty to create opportunities for the young people that we are producing in this country and sending to school. Because if we don't take care of them by creating jobs for them in the sector, we are going to be sitting on a time bomb. And we really have every reason to move very fast to avoid problems with some of these people. There is the issue of greening our tourism. The entire world is concerned about climate change. We are seeing rationing of power globally due to the climate change. The question is, are our banks keeping up with these trends? Have they thought of developing funding packages that incentivize greening of our hotels and tourist sites? This has become a huge selling point lately. Have our banks acquired the capacity to appraise applications with greening as a major requirement? It is this greening that will enable us to compete with the hotels and facilities in any other part of the world, such as Dubai, South Africa, USA, Zambia, Kenya, and Rwanda. You know, when we talk about greening, some people take it lightly, but it is huge competition for the industry. I know it was contained in your speech, but we need to see clear programs that address the greening of our tourism and sites and so on. There is the issue of competing for international conferences and meetings under MICE tourism promotion. Prior to COVID, Uganda was ranked number 6 in Africa by the International Congress and Convention Associations as one of the most suitable destinations for international meetings and conferences. We are now working actively to attract meetings and conferences of more than $100 in 3 years from 130 international and regional association meetings. Indeed, Kampala will be hosting the Non-Aligned Movement Conference in November 2023. The African Blood Transfusion Conference is slated for 2024, and there are many others that are coming. But as banks, you really need to be ready for these, support your clients or customers so that they can be in a position to compete for some of this business. As UTB, we are working with all MDAs and the private sector to attract meetings and conferences at all levels, international, regional, and domestic. Therefore, our banks need to avail funds to ensure readiness to handle the influx of visitors that come to attend these meetings and conferences. You know, once a country is associated with stability, which NRM has been able to work on very well, one of the dividends are people who want to come and visit, come and spend. There is no good reason for us to hang on the fence as though we did not know that with the peace and stability ushered in by NRM, we would have an avalanche of visitors. I'm saying there is business that we can do together, provided we can be ready for what is likely to come. Tourism cities. Effective July 2020, the government of Uganda gazetted the cities of Arua, Gulu, Jinja, Mbarara, Fort Portal, Mbale, and Masaka. The other upcoming cities include Hoima, Entebbe, Lira, Moroto, Nakasongora, Soroti, Kabale, and Wachiso by 2023. All these new cities require meeting facilities of international standards to tap into the domestic and international MICE tourism, children and amusement parks, etc. These facilities require financing by local investors with the support of you, the financial institutions. And I want to tell you, the bankers who want to retire, this is one area you can also focus on. That when I get out of this difficult work of banking, I should retire into organizing conferences and meetings for other people. And it will work out. It will work out, and it will work out very well. These cities that have been created will also require all forms of investment in order to be able to attract investment. You can position yourselves, and I'm sure you'll make a difference to whatever the NRM government is trying to do, and you'll be very good partners. Our success will partly depend on the financial and investment support members of the Bankers Association are ready to extend to the tourism and the hospitality sector. You can never operate successfully in a business without the support of bankers. I don't know how many times I should repeat this, but you can never, never succeed in business without the support of financial institution, in this case, you, the bankers. This will enable the sector to establish requisite facilities and supportive infrastructure which meet the highly competitive standards in a timely manner. You know, we are competing with so many other countries. When you go to China, they try to recreate tropical Africa and the environment in the tropical forests. And people have to be told that the original tropical forests are in Africa. You must go to Africa. Otherwise, they are told the other day in Dubai, they were trying to recreate our game parks here. So that when you go to Dubai, they can take you to a place with lions, giraffes, and crocodiles. Say, you know, we have everything for you. I went to a big tent. They had glaciers. Said, now here you don't need to go to North Pole. The North Pole is here in the desert. Can it be like the original tropical Africa? It can't. So we need to rework and work around the clock. The world is not waiting for us. The world is moving. What we can't provide, they are prepared to sit down and do an invasion. Now, how do we remain competitive? The only way we can remain competitive is by us having a close partnership with you, the bankers, working expeditiously to attend to whatever new ideas have been brought on table. People come to the source of the Nile. Everybody who comes to Uganda wants to come to the source of the Nile. Ndugu Stephen Yasimo is looking at me very attentively, but you know what we need to do at the source of the Nile. We need to work on a number of things, but we can't do that using our own personal savings. We need the banks to leverage the investments that we must undertake. And I can tell you, with a little support from you, the bankers, the tourism industry in this country, under the NRM government will be different. Because with the peace and security everywhere, what else can you do other than just think about investment and bigger things? I had been requested to speak for a very short time, and I had a problem because when I listened to my brother, the chairman of the Bankers Association, he had clearly handled many of the issues I wanted to handle. So I was wondering, you are normally punished in class for looking at what other people are doing, copying. So I hope I'm not going to be punished, that Ndugu Kaketo had already stated whatever I wanted to say. I think I also came up with something, and I want to request you, many of you who are here, you are looking for areas in which to invest. My appeal to you is that when you are considering areas in which to invest, let tourism be one of the number one. Let tourism be number one area of consideration for your deployment of the resources that you have. And with tourism, you can survive anywhere. You don't have to be in the middle of Kampala. Even in the countryside, you can. Dr. Clark is now in Kabarore. Who ever imagined that Dr. Clark would go to Kabarore to do whatever he's doing? And I'm telling you, there are opportunities in tourism. If the financial sector, we can work closely in partnership, mainstream the good ideas, we shall put the tourism industry on a new trajectory that everybody will be highly proud of, because the kind of peace and tranquility that the country is experiencing, the best that one can do is to clearly focus on investment, so that when they ask, what were you able to do when NRM was in power? You simply say, can't you see these investments? Can't you see that investment? My children would never have gone to school without this. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Chairman there of the Uganda Tourism Board, Honorable Daudi Migereko. You should.
I'm sorry, I thought you had introduced me. I know many of you don't know my names. My name's Daudi Migereko. I operate from mainly Jinja. I have been in this industry as chairman for quite some time with my sister and brother who are seated together there. But at one time was also Minister of Tourism, Trade and Industry. And I have been working under the NRM government for all this time, served as a minister for 15 years. Now I'm in the private sector and I'm with you. Our work is to see what we can do as private sector people to transform the country and leave a lasting legacy that those who come after us will be proud of. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Daudi Migereko. I think there was something you had prepared for the chairman.
For the chairman of the Bankers.
Okay. Sarah, I think this is your moment. You wouldn't even know he has been a politician before, isn't it? Round of applause. Not at all. So he had actually prepared something from the tourism board, yes? Honorable, you want to also describe the package?
No, I will not. I will just say that I'm presenting something to the chairman.
I think pictorial, where do you, okay, they would like you to be here. For pictorial moment, I think they need you here. So.
But I'm going to say something. We have also included the coffee. Coffee is our #1 export commodity today. And it touches so many people in the country. And I can tell you we produce the best coffee in the world. This one I can tell you. One time we went to China, and wherever we go, we carry presents to show that Uganda was here and so on. And when we entered the room, there was the smell of the Ugandan coffee, the aroma. And these Chinese guys started serving their coffee. And everybody said, no, the coffee you are giving us, you are serving to us, is not the coffee that we are smelling. No, this coffee, you can take so many cups and you continue being in love with this coffee. Now the prices of world coffee have also gone up. And I can tell you, people are really looking for this Ugandan coffee. Now, it helps you to keep awake and concentrate on your work. We chose this Ugandan coffee deliberately because we want the bankers to be awake all the time, concentrate on thinking of ways and means of supporting our businesses. So we got you the best coffee so that you can be able to do your work well. And I hope when we call on you next time, the conversation will be the conversation that one would want to record.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
What is Bring
anything
it,
else?
we finish with it.
It's a wonderful morning. Mr. Kaketo, you
The
need it.
vice chair, you know, they gave me a loan, Post Bank. They gave me a loan. And you can't believe it. They had so much faith and trust in me. I just couldn't believe it. And my success in the hotel business is because of the support these people gave me when I badly needed support. You know, at that time, when you are at crossroads and you don't know where to go, then Post Bank comes in, and all of a sudden, it's like your river Amazon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Wonderful. Anyone else?
There will be others.
Yeah.
We are going to organize something because UTB is, our work is to market Uganda and what Uganda can deliver to other people. So we shall be able to do that.
No worries.
Madam Ajarova is here.
Yes.
My brother is here, Stephen, and the young man.
He's also here. Thank you so much. Round of applause. The toughest task is to get a politician off a stage. Please, you're off the stage. No, you're off the stage. And then also tussle him off the stage. All right, are we good? Is it a good morning? I was threatening to give you a break, but you don't need one. So, you don't need one. I think day 2 has become something else. It has taken a whole life. But you know, and I said it, tourism. You'll see passion today. In fact, I'm looking for that passion when the panelists get here. So let's go through this quickly. We were supposed to, I think we do have the Ministry for Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities represented. I would like to call here the Director for Tourism in the ministry, that is Basil Aja, to represent the minister, give us a few remarks. We'll be having our keynote right after. Basil?
The chairperson, Uganda Bank Association, the CEOs of the different institutions present, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Basil Ajer. I'm here representing the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. I'm the director at the ministry. Honorable Mjeriko talked passionately about the sector, and I think I have very little to add on. I want probably to dwell on the policy issues. Like he rightly mentioned, tourism is one of the sectors which has been prioritized by government both in Vision 2040 NDP3 and all the planning frameworks as the primary growth sector that should be concentrated on if we want to improve on the economy. And like you rightly heard, there are so many opportunities in the area. Within the public sector, the institutions are aligned to allow us to realize this. Because we have the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, and Honorable Mijerego was laboring to explain to you and make you love your country and the opportunities we have. That is Uganda Tourism Board. It has a mandate to market Uganda and tell you how beautiful and how many opportunities we have. And it's a good opportunity for private sector to see which institution to align up with. There is also Uganda Wildlife Authority, which has a mandate to protect the natural and wildlife resources that we have. And in it, again, there are lots of opportunities for the private sector, for the banking institutions, for development partners to come and see that we can support the sector. Then there are training institutions, which is strategically positioned to improve on the skills. Skills in tourism. We have Uganda Hotel and Training Institute, Hotel and Tourism Training Institute in Jinja, and Wildlife Research and Training Institution based in Katwe, Kasese. These two institutions enhance the skills which is relevant to the tourism sector, because tourism is a sector that requires lots of soft skills. It's not enough to put hotels, it's not enough to put the infrastructure. Then you don't have the people with the right skill to support and help the tourists and the visitors who are in the country. So the two training institutions actually is meant to support and nurture out talents. And now government is prioritizing upgrading these institutions into centers of excellence. Is working closely with the World Bank, and we hope in the next few years we're going to have very confident and high professional people dedicated to the center of tourism. And there is also the Wildlife Education Center, commonly called it zoo. We should actually nurture and bring in interest. If you can't go to a national park, you may go to the zoo and see a few of the wild animals that we have within the national parks in Uganda. Now, what has government done to see that we have a favorable legal and regulatory regime in the sector? Because tourism now is an inclusive sector. It involves both public and private. The Tourism Act is being amended to accommodate and recognize the role of private sector, to recognize the financing options that is required within the tourism sector. So the principles of the bill has been approved, and the memorandum, the cabinet memorandum is being worked on. It's something that we should take interest on when it comes to consultation. We shall want to have views coming from the private sector so that the law which is coming out is favorable for you and gives you comfort in doing the businesses that you're supposed to do. The Wildlife Act, if you got time to look through the Wildlife Act 2019, also emphasizes the role of community wildlife conservation. Is no longer emphasizing protected areas, which is only owned by government, but is an area where we can go to conservation of wildlife at community level. The private sector players are encouraged to be involved in conservation of wildlife and biodiversity in general. So these are opportunities that also the financial sectors and development partners can pick interest. Also at government level, there is efforts to create new products. As you know, when products come in, when you diversify the products in the tourism sector, that is when you attract more tourists, both domestic and international. A good example of recent has been the Mugabe Palace in Mbarara. the Mount Rwenzori infrastructure, they're working on the walking trails, the rails. When you go to Nyeri Rock Painting in Kumi, the Kitagata Hot Springs in Shema is being worked on. But government improves on product, then we invite the private sector, we invite the bankers to come and do business in the different product areas which is created. So these are areas that we need to appreciate and look into as different players in the sector. And Honorable Mijeriko emphasized the issues of green financing. I want to call it the sustainability triangle, which is the triple E. Most times we are tempted as banks, or most times we are tempted as business people to only concentrate on the economy. But for it to be sustainable, you need to look at the ecology. And that is why we are saying the triple ecology, equity, and economy. The ecology is that you need to conserve the biodiversity. You need to conserve the natural resources, which is present. Because you're not going to put your investment, and then 10 years down the road, they say there's loss of biodiversity. So in the financing vehicle, you need to customize how best do we protect the natural resources that we have. So there you are protecting the ecology. The other pillar in the triangle is the equity, because you need to be seen to accommodate everyone, accommodate people, accommodate whoever sits in the society to benefit from the decision that you make in a fair and equitable manner. So whatever we talk about, we need to see that the multiplier effect touches everyone who is living within the society. So that is the equity. Then you come to the economy. How best do you deploy your capital? How best do we, advertise? To what extent does it benefit everyone within the system? So my message for you is to look at the triple E triangle. That is when it becomes more sustainable. Much as you may want to concentrate on the economy, it's important also to pay attention to other two areas. We have a long day to discuss specific issues and interventions that is done within the tourism sector. But for now, I wanted to concentrate and highlight the policy issues, which we think as a ministry is important that we need to collectively come on, and encourage you members also to contribute to issues of the legal environment, which is important when you are called upon to give your views. I thank you so much and wish you good deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my aim is that at 11 a.m. we'll have our first panel session, because I'm excited to hear the minds. But for now, we do have our keynote, and it will be delivered representing the European Union delegation to Uganda, Mr. Louis Leshiguero. If I butchered that, my apologies. I did well? Fantastic. Round of applause to welcome him for our keynote. Remember that if there's any notes or questions or concerns or questions, write them down. We'll be having a few minutes for a session after his keynote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Respected representatives from the Ministry of Tourism and UTV, Chairman of the Uganda Tourism Association, and representatives of the private sector players in tourism, representatives of MasterCard, panelists, authors, resource persons, sponsors, representatives from the academia, civil society and professional bodies, development partners, representatives of financial institutions, distinguished invited guests online, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Luis Lechiguero, and I'm working for the European Union delegation to Uganda. And on behalf of our ambassador, Attilio Pacifici, I would like to thank the privilege to deliver this keynote address on the potential in tourism to economic growth and development, experiences and lessons from other jurisdictions. But let me say that I feel dismay, because while I was preparing my key points for the address, I saw in the conference publication, the printed booklet that we all receive when we register, that already you find in that booklet 6 long articles from page 101 to 142 with all possible subjects related to tourism. And then also we hear 4 speeches on tourism. So everything has been said already. I really don't know what to say. All the statistics, all the numbers, the new possible forms of tourism, adventure, birding, wildlife, agrotourism, cultures, senior tourism, all the ins and outs of the financing mechanisms. So what can I say now? My speech is useless. Anyway, let me thank the Ugandan Bankers Association for organizing this conference, which I understand is the first time introducing the tourism sector in the discussion. It's a bit of a surprise, but it is very welcome and very timely. And we hope that it will be a regular topic in the following conferences. So, as I say, everything that I could mention, I have been already said. So I have to do a little bit of digging. I have to improvise a little bit. I did last night, seeing that that was coming. So I am taking a different angle to tourism. By training, I come from labor law and sociology. So I like to look for a little bit that angle of sociology. And then I want to look at tourism also and its potential for change and transformation. And like the representative from UTB was saying, for social integration. Indeed, the worldwide, tourism is a driving force for economic growth and employment, but also for social and cultural transformation and social integration. It brings together people from different cultures, and even in a short interaction, they learn from each other and their cultures. After a long trip, no one remains the same. I myself, for example, must say that tourism has greatly affected my life. In fact, it changed my life. So I'll allow a little bit of philosophy and briefly talk about my personal experience. I learned my broken English, as you can hear, my very basic English, not in the school. I learned it by selling ice creams and drinks at the bus stations and at the beaches in Spain for tourists at the age of 17 or 18. And I'm talking about more than 40 years ago. Later on, during the long summers and vacation from the university, I became a tourist guide myself to destinations like Romania, India, Jordan, and Nepal, accompanying groups of Spaniards, about groups of 30 or 40 Spaniards. And I must say, I love the guiding craft, the guiding job, because you need to know both worlds, the one of those you are guiding and that of the country you are being visited. You have to learn the history of the country, the culture, what makes that society tick, and then you become like a middleman between both societies. And I must say, that perspective changed my life. That perspective led me to do sociology. It changed my worldview, my understanding of people from other countries. And in fact, it brought me later to the development sector. First, I was working for the Red Cross, and when I was recruited as a delegate to India, they recruited me because I knew the country, because as a tourist guide, I've learned quite a lot about the country. Later, I passed through the UN agencies, and then to the European Union 16 years ago. I have been very lucky, very blessed, and I managed to live in 7 countries with my wife and 3 kids. It's a little bit complicated, but we manage. We change 7 times homes, 7 times countries, but still, we manage. Probably this small talk is irrelevant to you. Just to talk about my youth and my stint as a tourist guide. But let me say that in the same way that tourism can change a person, it can change a country. And I want to give you an example of my own country, Spain. Okay? Spain is a country with a similar population as Uganda, around 45 to 46 million population. in 2018, it received 83 million visitors. You heard well, 83 million tourists in a single year. That year, the sector contributed 15% to the GDP, and that is 190,000 million euros. That's quite something. It created and supported 3 million jobs, and so many lives changed. Some of these tourists coming to Spain, out of the 83 million, they come regularly every year, and in fact now we have passed from tourism to retirement. There are at least 500,000 Britishers who are coming to retire to Spain after coming in holidays in summer. They see the quality of life, they bought houses, and now they are retiring in Spain. Because with the pension they have in the UK, maybe they cannot manage to have the lifestyle they want. And in Spain they can manage, and they enjoy the food, they enjoy the people, they enjoy the siesta, the weather. So it's not only about tourism. I mean, there are many other scenarios that come with tourism. So that miracle for Spain, it happened during the 60s. During the 60s, Spain in Europe was an outcast. It was a pariah. I don't know if you know a little bit the history of Spain, but there was a civil war, a bloody civil war with 1 million casualties. There was a dictatorship that prioritized autarky, self-sufficiency, living with its back to Europe, a Europe that was starting in the 50s with the Schuman Declaration. But Spain was on its own. It was dancing alone. And it was trying to be self-sufficient. Even the rail gauge, it was a different size from the rest of the countries. And of course, it got the label of a poor country, underdeveloped, backward, in help of need. I must say also that I ate biscuits and drank milk from food programs from other countries in the school in Spain where I was small. So this is not so far in Europe from what we talk about in Africa. The country was in shambles, and in the 60s, the regime said, we have to go for tourism. We have the circumstances, we have the sun, we have everything we need, let's make it. So it started, and in just a few years, it changed. Not only in improvement of the airlines, improvement of roads, construction of hotels, training of the people. By the way, there was a saying in Europe at that time that said, Africa starts in Spain. That was very common to say. So, with this change and the tagline, in the same way that you have also here a logo, Spain is different. That was the tagline. But then, I mean, it really made a difference. And tourism became the steam machines of the Spanish economy with all the improvements that I say. And suddenly the narrative, the discourse, it changed. Suddenly Spain became cool, smart, interesting, sophisticated. Everyone wanted to come to Spain. And I think that apart from coffee, which is probably your best ambassador around the world, tourists are your ambassadors. They are the ones that are going to talk the wonders of the country. So if you invest in tourism, you are working on your foreign affairs issues. You are sending ambassadors out to the world. And to break that image that sometimes and very often doesn't really match with the reality that we see those who live here. I can use other examples. I mean, just to change course, to illustrate the force of tourism to change not only the economy, but also society and culture. It happened in Cuba. After the fall of the Wall of Berlin and the disintegration of the Soviet Union, tourism became the lifeblood of the Cuban economy. And in the face of absence of investments in hotels, it came with a model of tourism that now we hail as innovative and revolutionary, the Airbnb model. I mean, Cuba started to do that 30 years ago because they had not hotels, they had not accommodations, so they started placing the tourists in the house of people. And it worked, and it kept the country at least surviving. There's other models. It was mentioned here the model of that Saudi Arabia is trying to diversify its economy in oil and gas with tourism. And I don't know if you have heard about NEOM, N-E-O-M. I mean, it's incredible. Since the end of 2019, Saudi Arabia opened its doors to tourism. It granted tourist visa to 49 countries. And the community around the world doesn't know yet very much that Saudi Arabia is open for tourism. But what even less people know is that Saudi Arabia is building right now a special zone for tourism with 450 kilometers of coastline in the Red Sea at the north of the country, bordering Jordan and in front of the Egyptian peninsula of Sinai. It's close to Israel as well. It's on that corner. It's called NEOM, and it's a $500 billion investment. $500 billion investment. It is the brainchild of Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, the crown prince, and is meant, as I said, to diversify the source of income of the Saudi economy. NEOM is a new hub in the world for developers, architects, engineers, and up to 100,000 construction workers. The plan, it will have flying taxis, artificial moon, an artificial moon, a free port that will compete with Dubai. It will be 100% carbon free, rely only on clean energy. Water will be desalinated with sun energy. It will have an autonomous legal system, different from Saudi Arabia. Can you imagine? Just Google it, NEOM, and you will see. It is mind-blowing. And I am sure that this new project, it will make changes in the country beyond economic dimensions, for sure. But again, I was invited here to talk about Uganda and its potential in tourism. So, of course it has potential. It has everything, as much as Spain and a NEOM city in Saudi Arabia. It has the nature, wildlife, cultural diversity, the weather, the food, the music, handicrafts, a welcoming and friendly population that also is proficient in English. That's super important also for a tourism destination, and so much more. It only needs some investments to put in value and probably better marketing in the global market to compete with the neighbors, to join them in the success, no? With Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. I arrived to Uganda about 10 months ago, and I must confess that I have been taking any possible chance to run away from Kampala and visit your beautiful country. Sometimes on my motorbike, sometimes 4x4 with EC, sometimes in public transportation, by bus. In this time, I visited already 5 of the 10 national parks. I encountered the gorillas, I encountered the chimpanzees, climbed the Margarita Peak in the Rwenzori. I mean, you can see me. I don't know how I made it, but I climbed the Margarita Peak. Beautiful, incredible. I mean, my skin gets shivered when I talk about it. I did kayaking in the Nile, enjoyed walking close to the Ankole cows in Mbarara. Beautiful. I send photos home and they cannot believe. They have never seen that. My fantasy now, it would be that after this conference, you just take your day away and you go to visit your beautiful countries. You go to the plains of Kidepo, the bamboo forest of Gahinga, near Kisoro. You go to the craters, to the crater lakes around Kibale, explore the Sipi Falls, or just relax around the lake of Bunyonyi, eating crayfish. But when you do this, you will realize that the sector misses something. You will realize that the infrastructure needs improvement, that there is lack of skills, like it was mentioned before, training, human resources. Sometimes you find poor information, connectivity problems, health services, just in case, lack of proper middle-range accommodation and amenities, as it was mentioned also. And if you speak to the owners of hotels and the safari operators, You will learn about the huge challenges they face. In the book, there is an article written by UHOA, by the Uganda Owners Association of Hotels, and the article lists 25 different taxes which the establishment have to deal with. 25, probably not all of them, but quite a few. And of course, there is the challenge of the financing, which is why we are here. The access to finance. As per the profile of the Ugandan hotel sector, was written by Jean, the Executive Director of the Uganda Hotel Owners Association, the country counts today with 3,400 hotels, 200,000 rooms, 300,000 beds. And as it was mentioned, 90% is owned privately. Employs more than 400,000 people, though if you include also all the jobs in all the other linked sectors, it probably goes to 700,000. 700,000 jobs, which means 700,000 families. The tourist revenue in 2019 of the tourism sector in Uganda was, as per the report from the ministry, $1.6 billion. At its peak in 2018, Uganda received 1.5 million visitors. But in 2020, it dropped to 150,000. Amazing. 90%. And then, of course, tourism was one of the sectors that felt the impact most. And of course, with the hotels, the staff and their families. To mitigate this, the European Union, in collaboration with UDB, came together at the end of 2020 to put in place a financial product that combined loans and grants to mitigate the losses and help the sector to keep people employed, to retain staff, and letting them bring a salary to their homes. Most of them saw their salary cut in half, but still, they wanted to work. So UDB and EU joined hands and came up with the tourism facility, as we call it, which is 40 billion Ugandan shillings from the UDB on loans, and then 22 billion of Ugandan shillings from the European Union in grants. The conditions you can see later if we share the link, and it offers a minimum of 100 million of the facility and a maximum of 1 billion. Depending on the number of employees, it varies the proportion of the grant from 25 to 40%. The ceiling is 12% interest rate of the loan, but with the grant, it can be reduced to 8 or 7%. People don't believe that in Uganda you can find it's not a loan, it's also combined with a grant, but for just 7%. There are restrictions, like they cannot use this money for brick and mortar unless it is to make improvements that will make greener the establishment, like installing solar panels, water harvesting, improving waste management, and the like. The rest is for the payment of salaries, certifications, marketing, maintenance of equipment and vehicles, and the like. I want to thank publicly, if Mrs. Patricia Ojangole is here from the UDB and her team, for the trust and patience. Is he here? I guess not. I mean, UDB has been very truthful with us, with the EU, because we are two different animals coming together, different work culture, and it took some time to start be on the same page, but now we are full swing. Just last week, we had information sessions. The second call had been launched. There already be applications, and there we are traveling around the country with information sessions for all the operators and hotel owners to apply for this facility. The second call is an improvement because, I mean, on the first call it was a little bit strict, but now it is more open. Let me say that this facility, the tourism facility with UDB, is just one of 8 facilities that the EU has produced in the last few years to support access to finance to SMEs. We have 6 facilities with the banking sector. And if I am not wrong, it's with Equity, sorry, Centenary, and ECHO, plus the one we have with UDB. It covers agribusiness, green economy, and tourism. We also have 2 facilities in the capital market offering guarantees and credit line. The EU is investing in these 8 facilities 200 billion Ugandan cedis. I cannot speak on behalf of the European Investment Bank, sorry. They have their own office, their own staff, and their own communication channels. But I know that they already have a number of investments in the region, like the Okavango Capital and Equity Participation, you maybe heard about it, which is an impact fund with around 74 million euros to support small and medium enterprises working in tourism and the green economy. Right now, our headquarters in Brussels, they are conducting a survey to the banking sector to assess the product availability and will help us to develop new blended finance options with credit lines, equity, guarantees, technical assistance. So if you are interested and if you want to participate in the survey, I can share the link with the UBA so you can access and make your contributions. I mentioned earlier that SMEs are, of course, important. It was mentioned that a huge amount of those companies that work on tourism are SMEs. And I don't know if you celebrated, but on 27th of June, just 1 month ago, it was the International Day of the Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. We, the EU, celebrated very here in Nakasero with the PSFAU, with the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, and a large number of representatives from SMEs that participated in the forum, a forum created by the EU with the government, which is called Sustainable Business for Uganda Platform. I have some brochures. I left some here on this table for you to collect if you want. And yeah, the importance of SMEs is obvious. I mean, it constitutes 90% of the private sector in Uganda, contributes 2.5 million jobs with more than 1 million enterprises in general, not only tourism. They contribute to the GDP about 20% and are the drivers of the Ugandan economy. But despite these figures, only 10 to 25% of bank lending goes to SMEs. How come? How is it possible? How is it possible? As I heard yesterday, having the public sector as main client, borrowing at 15% interest rate and with 0 risk for the banks lending to the government, so then you can understand that there is not much appetite for lending to a sector with so high levels of informality, low levels of productivity, and often bad credit record. But that is precisely what I come here to ask you. On behalf of the EU and many of the development partners that are supporting the sector, we would like you to join hands with us. We need you. We need you on board. We need you as partners to help SMEs to improve their business plans, to be more productive, to learn and fulfill the requirements of the banks. We are asking you to adapt your product and financial instruments to the tourism sector, in this case. For that, of course, it's like a marriage. You need to know the sector and its players. And that's why we are proposing you, and you, as the 25 commercial banks of Uganda, to join the EU and the interested development partners under this Sustainable Business for Uganda platform, where we have a working group for access to finance. And come together, let's explore new modalities of support for tourism. We have resources. We have resources available for studies, for data collection, to produce evidence that can guide us on how to advance in the goal to support this tourism sector. Of course, the goal will be always to improve the terms and conditions required for loans, like giving more concessions, better interest rate, long-term financing, financial literacy, advisory service to improve their business plans, to make them bankable, to make investment-ready projects. So we are asking you to walk this extra mile with us to increase and facilitate lending to SMEs. Of course, in a way that you don't compromise your interests and boundaries of your mandate and obligations. You also need clients, by the way. So it is not just making a favor. One hand washes the other. And in Spain they say, and both hands wash the face. So, I mean, this sentence I got from somewhere, there is a big need for awareness campaigns to change the perception that banks give you a loan only if you prove that you don't need it. We have to change that. And really, when you speak to the operators and to the hotel owners, they fear banks like hospitals. But on the other hand, like UTB was saying, they are necessary. Capital is not a luxury. It's as necessary as water, as land, as labor. It's there. Like I was saying, the colleague, we thought access to finance, you cannot build up a business. So let's get together. I don't know if this can be one of the outcomes of the conference to, engage on this sustainable business for Uganda. I think the association is already there in the committee. The government is there, the relevant agencies, of course the private sector, and the development partners, EU and others, World Bank, KfW, and so many others. Ideas that can be discussed on that forum. We are working on land governance. And why not just to explore possibilities that customary ownership of certificate of occupancy for Milo land is accepted as security and collateral. For community projects, for example, because some people don't have the assets, the immovable assets. They may be managers, but they are not owners. Sometimes you know a company for 20 years, you know their track record, you know how they do. Maybe they don't have the assets, but maybe you can trust. Maybe we can improve also how to improve the system of pari passu by which collateral security is shared with other banks. Let's meet, let's talk, let's learn from each other, let's discuss in detail, and as I propose, is accepted, let's make an outcome of this conference. To have a working group where we come together and then we pull our sleeves and work on details, because like we spoke about Spain and that, the level is super important, perception. And I think we don't know each other. We experienced that with the UDB. We didn't know. We have never worked with a bank. So it was complicated. Even to talk, we understood different things by words we say. Same of the banks with the SMEs. Same with the government. So, we have to build together. So I will end there. Maybe the impact of tourism in Uganda will not be as dramatic as in Spain, but there is a big margin for improvement. The strategy plan of UTB aims to at least double the contribution that it had in 2018. Tourism is still a key pillar of the government national development plan and all the improvements that come with it. So let's give it a try. Let's tourism change the way we approach access to finance for those SMEs that are eager to grow and make this country a better place for visitors and locals. Thank you. Jevaleko.
Thank you so much, Louis Leshiguero from the EU. Both hands wash the face, so we all need each other. And I really like what he said. But let me ask, do you believe we could sell the country as a country where people would retire? Do you believe people should retire in Uganda?
Of course. Of course, I am planning it. When they allow to buy property, we can think about it.
Now you know. Thank you so much. I'm down here because I'm going to hand over for this next session for our first panel conversation to, I think we've come full circle. This is somebody who I have known for many, many years. We've been in the communication and media world together. A good communicator. So one, he should be able to manage the conversation and the time very easily. Ladies and gentlemen, for this next session, Maurice Mugisha.
All right. Thank you, Flavia. I don't want to tell you how old she is, because when I first met Flavia, she was about 8 years old, doing the kids show on WBS. So you see how far we've come. All right. Listen. We've been sitting for far too long. Please stand. Let us stand. I don't want to invite my panelists without getting you back on your feet. Let's allow the blood flow Some of you with smartwatches, it's been telling you, please do some walking around. You've been seated too long. And the last time I was with Stephen in South Sudan, he was allowing us to call. So you first call the Almighty God to come and be part of this conversation. And then you also, across you call your brothers and sisters to join us. So thank you very much. Feel free I don't know, I had seen coffee there, if it's still around, but we won't have that break. We'll just be picking the coffee and come. So Stephen, please take your seats, take your seats. May I quickly invite the CEO Private Sector Foundation, Stephen Asimwe, to join us. Basil Ajar from the Ministry of Tourism, please come. We will have Julius Mukunda, Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, and also with us this morning is Eugene Subuga from the Tourism Association. So my panelists, please come. Let's kickstart this conversation. And our homework has been done. I think what the chairman UTB did was to set the conversation in motion, and Louis, or Louis, depending on which school you went to, has done all the homework for us. And I think ours will be very simple. We'll be speaking to the potential that he was speaking to. I like the one for the elderly. That's a new one for me. It's an area of interest now. I am going to think through it. I think for a fact we have one of the best weather in the world, and that would be the perfect place for anyone who's above 80 to come and stay for life. And also we'll be looking at the gaps, but also the role of the private sector in harnessing the potential of our tourism sector. So, to start off this conversation, Eugene, I want to be sure that I have the right person. So Eugene is the Vice President of the Uganda Tourism Association, and I wanted to begin with you because you're a player in the sector. Paint the picture for us on the potential, and I know Louis mentioned a couple of areas where we need to be focusing on. So just paint a picture for us on the potential of the industry, and then we'll start off from there.
Good morning, everyone. Like he said, my name is Eugene Sobogawint. I am the Vice Chair of I'm a Vice Chair of Uganda Tourist Association, the private sector arm of the sector. I'm also a player in the tourism sector because I own a travel and tour company. The potential for Uganda is enormous. Like Lily many times says, Uganda has the whole of Africa in one country. We have all the attractions that one would need to see if they came to Africa. We have it all in Uganda. As a player, I've had 2 operators coming from Europe and elsewhere, and they always wonder and they say, how come we don't know about Uganda? This is a gem. Why are you not on the world map? Because out there, we are still a blank page. There's so much we still have to do as a country to market this beautiful country. Recently, I had a tour operator that came in from the Netherlands, and she went all over Uganda, and she was amazed at the beauty. She said she's been marketing other African countries, and she said she has never been to a national park and seen as many animals in one park. And she has been to Kenya, Tanzania, Botswana, South Africa, and she just said, this country is amazing. Why are you people not marketing it efficiently? You should be having a lot more arrivals. So when we say Uganda is truly a gem and is truly a pearl, it is indeed a pearl. But there is a lot that we still have to do as a country, as a government, as a private sector. There is so much potential because tourism has such a great value chain. We would be one of the biggest employers of all the youth. I mean, it is such an exciting industry to be in and such a lot of potential. I mean, when you look at the value chains of what tourism can do for this country, the multiplier effect, I mean, it's enormous. When you think about it, I mean, I could talk for days and hours and weeks at what tourism and what Uganda has to offer. So we just need to give it more focus, more attention, more financing. In the private sector, of course, we do our part to market this country, but we are hampered by lack of finances. Marketing a destination, developing a destination requires a lot of capital because it's not a one shot. You have to constantly market the destination because there's so many competing countries that would want to get the audience out there. So we really do need the kind of partnership and financing that the financial sector can give us to be able to market this country to its highest potential.
Thank you very much. I want to come to you, Basil. We have seen an increase in the budget this financial year, and I know Julius will speak to this at some level. We've seen, about another close to 20 billion coming to the sector. Some of the money coming to you and UTB to help with the, the issue on marketing. But we want to speak to the specific interventions government is going to address this financial year for within the NDP3 plans to develop the potential of the sector and address especially the gaps that Eugene and the sector players have been speaking to.
Thank you so much, Maurice. Like I mentioned before, we need to appreciate that tourism goes hand in hand with quality. And as government, it is our core interest to see that we improve on the quality and skills. And first and foremost is to improve the training institutions that we have in Jinja and Katwe into centers of excellence. You're not going to promote tourism if you don't have qualified, experienced, and skillful tour guides. And at the same time, you're not going to talk about national parks or protected areas when you don't invest in research. So the Wildlife Research Training Institute has been given additional mandate to do research because within the protected areas, those who visit national parks, now we have the invasive species. These are foreign species that come and destroy the grasslands. So lots of research will be taking place. Secondly, we want to look at the quality of the different tourism service providers. Eugene next to me here is a tour guide. There are tour guides, tour operators, transporters. There are minimum standards that should be looked upon, and this discussion has been upgraded to EAC level. I want to give you assurance that 3 weeks ago, we discussed and approved common standards that regulates and look at the quality of the different service providers within the value chain of tourism, and this has been approved. We shall have a common standard for all East African countries. There's also sufficient effort put towards looking at the grading criteria for hotels and different accommodations within the sector. Again, this has been discussed and agreed upon. So the grading system will be customized in all the East African community countries. For tourism to develop, you need to diversify on the products. Lots of resources being invested towards improving on products, source of the Nile. Actually, there's a master plan, and the implementation has started with developing the PIRE, the modern docking area for source of the Nile. And this has started. I talked about Kagulo Hills in Buyende. When you're promoting domestic tourism, you need to create different products around the areas. I talked about the Nyeri Rock painting in Kumi, Umugabe Palace in Mbarara, Kitagata Hot Springs in Sema. All these are products that should be pulling our people closer, and then they visit. And because without products, then you don't have where people can come. We are developing an online system called TIMS, Tourism Information Management System, so that it is easy to interface. We all appreciate the power of digital technology. If you want to apply for a gorilla permit, you need to go online. If you want to apply to trade on specific species, which is categorized as endangered species, CITES, you need to come online. If you want to book the services, we are developing a comprehensive system which is called TIMS. That should be useful. And regulatory frameworks. I talked about the Tourism Act being amended. The Museum and Monument Bill is also in Parliament. This should help us to promote protection of natural and cultural resources within the country. Because time and again, this has been, the existing law there was enacted in 1969. So it's being, the bill is in Parliament. Like I said before, it is for all of us, it's important. Then when consultation starts, we come on board and offer our views. We are planning to do actually the gift policy. Ugandans travel most times. We have been giving example of China. When you travel to China, at least there's something they give you, no? They are gifts, and the gifts are related to their culture. So we're planning to put a gift policy. When any civil servant, any government minister, when they're leaving this country, we move with gifts, and there we are supporting the crafts, the craft industry. And then we are able to support tourism across the board. As of now, our tourism, 80% is nature-based, but there's culture, there's religious tourism. We need to harness all the sectors of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Basil. I want to come to Stephen. Stephen could never have been the perfect panelist in the panel because he's been to UTB before and he's now at the private sector. Stephen, let's talk to the potential of the sector and the role of the private sector in that conversation. Because listening to the speeches before, about 90% of the players, because government is a player in this sector, is actually the private sector. So where do we get the private sector to begin driving this conversation? Because you clearly are to benefit from the progress in the sector.
Thank you very much, Maurice. I don't know, are you saying private sector or private sector foundation? Because I wear those hats. But let me first of all begin on a very thankful note to the Uganda Bankers Association for bringing a fantastic conference that speaks to the #1 foreign exchange earner of this country. I think we need to applaud them. And let me start with some basic principles, Bwana Kubwa. #1, we need to appreciate that Uganda has come a long way. In the 1960s, Uganda had one of the largest populations of literally everything, elephants, lions, etc. I was coincidentally born in a banker's family. My father was a pioneer banker with Honorable March. He was even before independence, they started the Uganda Credits and Savings Union, which then became Uganda Commercial Bank. So I was born, raised, I even graduated when I was still my father was still in the bank. Now, in the 70s, the Uganda Commercial Bank, being a government institution, worked very closely with the Uganda Development Corporation, which owned a chain of hotels called Uganda Hotels. Every 4 years, we moved to a new town. As a child, my father, we would move to a new town before we could change houses in UCB. We stayed in a hotel. Back then, Uganda Hotels. So in Kabale, you had White House Inn. We lived in Kilembe, so we lived in Mountains of the Moon and Margarita Hotel. We lived in Tororo Rock. We lived in literally all these places. And we had the privilege of being a government institution. They would give us very good rates in the hotels before we moved to a new house. So I had the privilege of, at a very, very early age, of exploring Uganda's tourism offerings. And I can tell you, Uganda hotels were the best, including this place where we are, and many others in the city. Now, when you compare what was there in the 70s, now towards the 78, 79 times, we were in Kilembe, living next to Queen Elizabeth National Park. I'll give you this unfortunate incident and then recap it with what happened later. One day, we were in class, and the soldiers then, in the 70s, Idi Amin's time, drove tank loaders into the small city square with a bunch of buffaloes, which they had shot in the national park. And they actually sold meat at the city square, the town square, where we were, next to everything, in open, broad daylight. It was an infringement on conservation, on tourism, and everything. 1 year later, in 1979, the entire Queen Elizabeth National Park had been ransacked. That time, Moya Safari Lodge was put to the ground, etc., etc., etc. So Uganda, which was an iconic tourist destination, crashed. Fast forward, 2008, we literally went down. But I want to thank the government that when Uganda hosted the Commonwealth Heads of Government, and you remember that when the Queen came here, particularly even here where we are seated, there was a massive improvement in the way the government looked at tourism. Overnight, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, the ministry, the government was able to create a separate ministry of tourism, and I want to commend Honorable Migereko. You remember we pushed the Gifted by Nature, the CNN campaigns, etc. It was a huge shift in the way government perceived tourism. So there was a deliberate effort now to do roads, to do airports, to do everything. And I want to say we've come a very, very long way in terms of how tourism is perceived, but also in terms of the way government has planned it. And by extension, the emergence of a private sector that literally put their money there to grow every portfolio, from guiding, transport, to operations, ticketing, then now it's, of course, whatever. So there's been a huge growth in terms of the industry's development, to the extent that when I joined UTB in 2014, I think at that time we had a visitor number of about 1 million people, up from 300,000 in 2007. Remember, we had the Kony War, and I don't want to go into those details, but why it's important to mention that is that the entire north had been under siege. Karabajong rustlers in Kidepo, Kony rebels in Murchison, ADF down in Queen Elizabeth, and some incidents in Bwindi. So that shift to a strategic focus area by government and deliberate effort in trying to put in infrastructure grew. So for perspective purposes, when we joined 2014, for example, Ethiopian Airlines had 1 flight a day. By the time we left in 2019, they had 6 flights a day, all bringing visitors to the country, visitors for leisure, etc., etc. So the point I just want to raise is that tourism is everybody's business. Everybody matters in tourism. Everybody matters. The guy in UNRWA fixed the road. The guy at civil aviation fixed the airport. The guy in security ensure there is safety. The guy in HTTI ensure that we have quality staff that are going to give an exceptional experience for the visitor. Tourism is about selling an experience. We sell the 5 senses. Tourism is about what you hear, what you see, what you touch, what you taste. It's an experience that you literally can't touch it. They said it's one of the few industries without smoke. So it is sensitive, but it is lucrative. So I want to emphasize the fact that the banks need to come halfway, because there is a huge return on investment. And I'll tell you why quickly in a few seconds. In my view, I think that even if you're in real estate, the place with the highest return on investment per square inch is tourism. For example, a room here is going for $300 a night. How many square meters are in that place? Compare it with your average rental. How much do you get for that? Tourism touches the core of everything: food, water, air. I mean, it's incredible. Kampala, I was driving through 2 nights ago, this thing called Blankets and Wines. Kampala came to a standstill. You know why? I am told People flew in from the neighboring countries. The sheer amount of businesses that were made just in the radius of 5 kilometers is incredible. So therefore, I want the banks to view tourism as a fantastic area of investment. Tourism is one of very, very few industries where people prepay before they come. Before a tourist comes to Uganda, they send their $7,000 for an experience. Now again, quickly, Uganda is one of very few countries in the world where the visitor experience is longest. Tourism is measured in the 2 S's and the 2 V's. We measure stay, we measure spend. We measure volumes, we measure value. There is very few industries where a person is going to spend anywhere between $7,000 to $15,000 in a space of 7 days. So if I was an investment banker, where do I put my money? Do I put my money, and I don't want to have a problem with the agriculture, because I support it in PSFU, where it takes 3 months to get a return, or do I put money in rolling stock where a guy has paid his dollars, the money is coming up front, and you're going to make money? And I thank my brother from the EU. He clearly explained how monies are made. So in brief, I'm talking too long. Tourism is everybody's business. Tourism has a good return on investment for banking because you get your money immediately. But 3, I don't know who said it, tourism is the place for your retirement. There's 2 industries where people die in retirement: agriculture and tourism. But tourism has the highest return on investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. If you can, whenever you find him, please also ask him about his Peak Hotel experience when he was still a child. It's quite another story. Julius, I want to come to you because you always help us with the, some understanding of the budget and where the budget allocations are going. And so I want you to speak to your insights into government's allocations to the sector, especially the tourism sector. And the attention, it deserves and resources it deserves. And I see that the sector will receive 194 billion in this financial year. It's still less than they received in the 2020-21 budget, which was at that time a projection of where we were going, coming from, I think, 1.6 visitors the previous year of 2019. So there was, a trajectory that was progressive. But listening to Stephen, I discover that the entire budget is really about tourism. So when you fix security, you fix the infrastructure, you're still addressing matters of tourism. So the 194 that is specifically targeting tourism is not the only money that they are providing to tourism. If you provide 3 trillion to security, you're definitely addressing matters of tourism. Julius.
Thanks, Maurice. Thanks, Uganda Bank Association for the conference. I'm not happy, Maurice. I'm not happy. Even when you say we have other money somewhere, but you just can't spend 195 billion on your #1 forex exchange. Anna, it's who bewitched us? Well, what's the problem? Money that you can collect without a hassle, but you still go ahead and spend little. And I mean, forgive me, real for me is that however much we tell bankers to give us money in tourism, sometimes they look at indications and indicators and they still fear to invest. Tell them we want to go and put a hotel in Karamoja. Would they do that? Every banker would be able to say, okay, hold on, let's first see how the cattle wrestling is going to end. And I learned it from my Minister of Finance. Tourism and money hate noise. So it's very critical and very important that issues around anything that causes noise is dealt with and dealt with very immediately. So let us clean our house, and I think for me that's very key. There are things that we are supposed to have done yesterday as a government, because I have a feeling that even the bankers look at the way government is moving. There are things we should have done yesterday. For example, the training institute in Jinja. For how long have we talked about that training institute to be finished? We got a loan from World Bank to have it completed and finished. So if I come to a bank and I'm going to start a hotel, and they know my customer service is very poor, I have a very bad chef, I'm very poor at keeping books, I can tell you there is always that hesitance. So there are certain things also I think we who are demanding resources need to put in order. Does that mean that they should not give? No, I think we can work with them. And I think I like the presentation from EU. How can we work together to have bankable projects in the tourism industry? To do that, the role of government must be very clear. Those tourism roads we are talking about must be there. Let them not take long before the tourism roads are finished. Because like you said, when you want money and you have a conference to organize, that money must come yesterday. So if there are tourist roads that we are supposed to connect different sites, they must be done yesterday, because when tourists come, we won't tell them we are planning to do that. It won't happen. The National Development 3 is telling us that government has a plan to spend 3 trillion in the next 5 years. It is still so, it's really very little. And as we are progressing, we are already seeing shortfalls in that particular area. So what does that mean? Again, if we want to make sure that tourism is still our #1 exchange, and if as a government we are not really, up to the game of what we planned, because we are now in the range of 28% in terms of performance of the amount of money we need in tourism. So a long way to be done. The other element for me is, I think there is no free lunch. It is not that we should beg the financial sector, please give us money, as if it is free. No. The issue is to demonstrate that the money you give me, I will be able to pay it back. At the same time, you also make money, I can also make money. So this potential of tourism we talk about, can we turn it into bankable project? Look at the source of the Nile, for example. If really we don't develop, for me it is something I'm like, ever since the government, we got independence, we talk about the source of the Nile. How have we improved it to become a serious attraction? Look at Namugongo, for example. How can we ensure that, had it not been for the Pope coming, I don't think we would have really developed that place. Let us not wait for bigger moments. But I think as a country, we have those areas that we can develop to attract the investment. And once that is done, let me tell you, we would not be here begging the financiers. They will come for us because they know the potential is there to be financed. There's something, lastly for me is the question of, I think also the financials have challenges in giving us the money. What is Bank of Uganda saying? Can you give me a 10-year loan project? Does the Bank of Uganda provide, give you the leeway if things are not working well to be able to extend this kind of credit facility? Are we flexible in providing these monies? Because a loan for trade beans from one area to another, I will repay it in the next month. But to invest in tourism, I need more than 5 years to be able to recoup and get the profits. Do we have banks that can wait for so long? Because the moment you keep talking about UDB, it will not fulfill all the obligations that we have. It won't. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Julius. Eugene, very quickly, and we really want to applaud you as a sector for, getting out of COVID. Well, we are still in COVID, but faster recovery than most of the other sectors, especially amidst the pandemic. You want to take us through the journey? What were the quick wins for you at the beginning, on the onset of the opening up of the economy?
Okay, everybody thinks that there has been a recovery. Indeed, there has been a recovery, and there's been quite a bit of activity in Uganda. If you go to all our national parks, you will see that the hotels are full, the tour operators are working, the tour guides are busy. But we have to take note of the fact that we are actually handling business that was booked in 2019, 2020. There were a lot of cancellations in 2020, so a lot of tourists who had paid ended up having to have credit notes. And what the tour operators are handling now is business that should have happened in 2020. For this year's, for the growth to be seen, we need now to start marketing for 2023, 2024. And then we will then see what's going to happen. Of course, the activity right now is it's good because it's giving a lot more focus to the outside world, and people are once again appreciating what Uganda can offer, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Like I said, promoting a destination and marketing a destination costs a lot of money. A lot of money. I mean, UTB has to spend quite a bit of money in PR companies, marketing the destination. So there's still a lot of work to be done. Let us not be fooled by the activity we are seeing now. We are actually handling business that should have been handled in 2020. We are actually grateful that the tourists eventually came instead of canceling altogether. So there is a good momentum, and we should really keep it up for us to see more results in the coming years.
Basil, just as a follow-up question on that, so we saw the drive, especially from UTB and the ministry, on domestic tourism as a buffer immediately after we opened up. Is there a specific strategic direction government is taking to drive both domestic and foreign tourism, to protect the businesses for now as we prepare for the 2023 market?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. We have heard about the brand that is launched, Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. So that is a strategic intervention and commitment from government to see that the marketing and promotion of tourism sector is elevated. And within the financial year, you will appreciate that sufficient effort will be put towards popularizing the brand and make it appreciated domestically. Secondly, government is supporting the idea of MICE, meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. Like it has been already said, this is a potential area with a huge multiplier effect because it touches all the sectors of the economy. If you come for meetings, you come for exhibitions, conferences, you're attracting people to come from out, and it touches the transport sector, the agribusiness, the tour guides. So this is an area which should be promoted. And I also want to implore both the private sector and banks to take advantage of this because, as you know, government may not directly go into business, but it would be good that we take it up as private sector players to promote the issue of MICE. We're also encouraging community tourism. If you emphasize protected areas, if you emphasize the foreign travelers coming, and you don't promote the people around the parks, then you're not able to sustain the resources that you have. So in the buffer zones, in communities that are neighboring the protected areas or the national parks, you need to come with specific intervention. And Uganda Wildlife Authority is working close with the different communities that are now protecting the tourism resources. Not only working with them, you need to introduce enterprises that can bring monies in their hand. You need to introduce things like apiary, which is beekeeping. There are communities that we're encouraging the planting of bamboos You know, bamboo is a whole industry, and there are lots of products that can be actually generated from the bamboo, so that the communities which is surrounding the park have a range of different enterprises that keep them alive. The next is tapping into religious and cultural tourism. When I read through the magazine, I liked somebody talked about Namugongo. How can we upgrade and tap into the potential that come with the Martyrs' Day? We say yearly we attract about 3 million visitors, but there is need to deliberately plan and improve on the quality of the visitors, the road infrastructure, all the hotels facilities needed around the area. So it is within the plan of the ministry to come with a master plan for developing Namugongo area. And within the master plan, there are areas that will be played by government, for example, providing the necessary infrastructure. And then the private sector people also come. Like Mr. Sima said, tourism involves people to come together. It is not possible that government will do everything, but you know, we come and then we implement tourism activities differently. So religious tourism remains a big area to be tapped into. And lastly is the handcrafts and souvenirs. There's a specific project within the ministry which is actually promoting the handcrafts and souvenirs. And this touches on the very last persons. It touches on the women, it touches on the youth, and that is very important.
All right. Thank you very much, Basil. Stephen, let's paint a picture of what our strategic positioning would be like if we were to benchmark with a country. As players in the private sector, I'm sure you've looked at countries maybe on the continent or elsewhere that we could benchmark on, and I'm glad Louis mentioned Spain and what Spain has done and the numbers from tourism in Spain. We may not be thinking like Spain yet, but any countries you would want to suggest?
I'm a very critical person on comparisons. I would rather approach this subject from the product side. If there's anything we need to benchmark of any country that has put serious resources and attention on tourism, is the issue of the budget. And I know my sister Lily is struggling with a terrible budget. There's no way you're going to market a country with popcorn budget. I'm sorry to use that language,
but
because
it's true. I think it's about 30 billion. Very little money.
It's
even less. Oh dear.
I joined UTB in 2014, and our budget was 1.5 billion shillings. 1.5 billion shillings is how much money you spend on an event. Guys, we would go to World Travel Market in London, and you look like a cartoon. And seriously, I'm going to say this. I'll give you, I think ITB Berlin. I'll give you my experience. My first exhibition was 2014, March. Maurice, I went to this place, I looked very small. I'll give you an example. The USA is a destination. USA has 52 states. And I'll give you a state called Nevada. Nevada had an exhibition space bigger than Serena. Within Nevada, you have Las Vegas as a destination. Within Las Vegas, you have something called Sears Towers as a destination. So look at that cascade. You have a huge hotel, which is a destination. Trump Towers is a destination. Then you have Las Vegas, the city. You have Nevada, the state. And then you have the entire America. So the American section, USA alone, you would walk for about 1 kilometer. Then you come to Uganda, and you have a budget of about $25,000. What sort of booth are you going to put up? And you are taking my sister Eugene and the rest of you. You are literally in Kameme. Kameme. So when guys are coming to look for, you know, tourism is a trade. So you have the travel trade looking for deals. So people are looking for business. Tourism is like any manufacturing or trade business. You have wholesale and you have retail. So when a retailer wants to talk about this, Uganda is home to 54% of the world's mountain gorillas. We are the only country with the source of the Nile. We are the only country with Uganda Matters. You will never find Uganda Matters in another country. So if I am going to take 32 operators who are selling faith tourism, and you have a cartoon budget of $25,000, I mean, you are not selling. And you have World Travel Market in London, you have ITB, you have Indaba, you have CITM in China, you have JATA in Japan, you have the Gulf ATM, Arab Travel Market. Your budget is cartoon. Yeah? So this thing of benchmarking, let us start with the budget. Number one, give Uganda Tourism Board, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, and all the institutions that are marketing the country, including Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have 28 missions and embassies abroad. They don't get money for this thing. So therefore, as a farmer who looks after cattle, if you feed the cow well, you get more milk. It works for dairy, it works for beef. If I put a feedlot and I give my cow more feed, it will put on more weight, it will give me more money when I sell in the market. So number one, let us fix the budget. And this budget is going to be a national issue. And I'm glad that the bankers have set up this conference so that we highlight the plight and the necessity for us to invest money. So that is number one. So I will not use any country to do that. But two, for purposes of your question, there's the issue of financing. And this one I will borrow from our neighbors, Kenya. Kenya has a program called the TDF, the Tourism Development Fund. What the TDF did essentially was, I think it was started around the late Mwai Kibaki, then it was a president, was to inject money more like an injection fund. Like we have the Agriculture Credit Facility, SCF, which the Bank of Uganda has raised and people in agriculture can access. My view is, let's create a special purpose vehicle. Put it through either UDB or whatever it is, and that's for the technical people to discuss. What the TDF did was basically to say, we can give you up to Kenya shillings, I think it was 1.5, you can borrow up to 500 to X hundred number of millions of shillings. So essentially they say, you must have 30% down payment. We will give you the 70, you must have been, they have a bit of conditions. Let me tell you what that TDF did. The Tourism Development Fund was actually sent to the county level, a bit like the parish development model of sorts. So that propelled everybody who was interested in tourism to access that money. They put their bid, and then it would be matched by that fund depending on the kind of thing. If you wanted a 1-star, 2, 3, 4, 5-star, if you wanted a conservatory, if you want to do a restaurant, etc., etc. It's a question of which product offering you have. And therefore, that essentially grew the investment levels by the private sector, working with the banks, and Kenya created a massive rolling stock of tourism investments. That was number one. Two, Kenya then pushed for a policy position. Now, because remember, the thing has been sent to the counties, so a lot of politicians, the business people, etc., accessed the money, they were able to get it. Two, it then pushed a policy position in government to force, almost by affirmative action, that every government program, district, you do your small little conferences in these places. So now, and I would like to challenge the banks here. How much of your corporate governance meetings are you doing outside Kampala? Yes, you have access to these hotels here, but push business up country. It did two things. One, people went to the up-country places and were able to experience the countryside. But two, people picked up investment ideas. And they were able then to invest in those places. And that's why, for instance, Kenya, even in the hardest times, domestic tourism drives almost 50% of their earnings. So I would look for that. But 3, the need for government to deliberately, and even private sector, to put money in training. All right. Skills development, capacity building. For me, again, Kenya has been a good example. And that's why, for instance, for them, it has moved. And then, of course, fourthly, they need, the other one I would say quickly, because of time, is we are not utilizing our airline as a marketing tool. Because most countries with national carriers use their airlines, because most of them have outposts and offices in these different places, to deliberately push the brand of the country, and therefore you then open up, and again we'll use our neighbors, but mostly, you know, Emirates, Qatar Airlines are big brand pushers, and I think going forward, Uganda Airlines needs to be given that space and leverage to be a marketing tool. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I know Flavia is about to start looking at me, and I'm really managing the time today. So I will allow for about 3 questions, so I can come back and we close this conversation. But if I could give Lily the mic, Flavia, I don't know if there's a microphone that is able to move. If we could give Lily, I know I would rather give you like 10 minutes. I don't have the 10 minutes. I have 1 minute. You know, what exactly are you doing at UTB?
While you're at it,
yes.
AfriExim, Dr. Fofak has a few comments for
you. Oh, perfect. I am glad you now even have the people, so it makes it easier for me. Lily, Exim, and yes, and my friend Francis, yes. Okay, well, of course, Omach, I can never, Honorable Omach, I can't fail not to give you the microphone. It would be difficult for me. Go on, Lily.
Thank you very much, Maurice. First, I would like to start by thanking the Uganda Bankers Association for this conference, and specifically for putting a focus on tourism and getting this engagement going, and for everyone who has talked for tourism this morning. Thank you very much. Just a few comments, a couple of them, just to emphasize what we are doing at Uganda Tourism Board. One, it was already mentioned by the director. We launched the new destination brand, Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. We are at the point where we are rolling this out, both in the domestic and in the international markets. I would like to take the opportunity just to get all of us in this room to appreciate the meaning of this brand, the destination brand. We're saying, explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. First of all, we need to define what the pearl is. We know the pearl is a gemstone with the characteristics of being precious, beautiful, and rare. And that is what Uganda is. And in that, if I have to define that all, it would basically define what the continent has. And with that, we find all that the continent has in this country, and that is the uniqueness of Uganda. We cannot position Uganda for mountain gorillas only. We cannot position Uganda just for wildlife or for landscape or just for adventure or culture. Uganda has it all. What the continent has is in this country, and that's our uniqueness. And it's important that when we are selling Uganda, we say so. It cannot just singling out 1, 2, 3 products. And with that as well, it makes Uganda a cost, a value for money destination. Because instead of having to fly to Kenya and do the Big 5 experience, fly to Rwanda, do the mountain gorillas, fly to Tanzania to do the adventure of climbing the mountains, fly to Ethiopia to experience the culture, you can do all that in this country. So it's important that we speak the same language about what this destination has to offer. So that's one of the key things that we are working on now, to get the meaning of what the destination is offering and push this in the various markets. Two, in terms of product development, yes, we are still more with our wildlife, which is still fantastic, but we are also making steps towards the adventure activities. We have made some progress. We are able to do zip lining, rafting on the Nile, and abseiling on CP, the Rwenzori, the Mount Elgon, and all that, which is fantastic. Cultural experience, agro-tourism, faith-based, all these have been mentioned, but there is need to enhance the development of these different products. But also to share the information from the markets. As Uganda Tourism Board, we work with some key market research institutions in the North American market and in the European market. And it has been very clear that for the last 5 years, the trend is changing, that what the European market and the North American market are looking forward to experience when they think of visiting Africa is all-encompassing, not just wildlife. They want to experience the people, the culture, the food. They want to experience the wildlife. They want to experience the adventurous activity. And of course, right now, even post-COVID, people want to be more in the open, so adventure is taking a center stage, and it's important that we get to appreciate where we should put our emphasis. Domestic tourism has been talked about, and it is where we are also putting focus. We can't sell this country to the level that it deserves if the responsibility is left to Uganda Tourism Board, leave alone the issue of the budget. Even if we had all the budget, we still need every Ugandan to be an ambassador of this destination, of what we offer. That's when we will be able to reach the level that Spain has reached with 83 million arrivals a year. We are at 1 million. We have a long way to go. It requires each and every one of us to be ambassadors of this destination.
All right. Thank you very much. Flavia, to Exim. Flavia, as you're walking, I know Lily was saying, indirectly she was saying, me and you will have to go with her to the parks. So we can promote. She's just definitely booked
I think to see Uganda, because she said it's a lot more than just the parks.
Yes.
So how we also need to know how to package our own country. Dr. Fofak yesterday gave our keynote. He's from AfriExim. He gave very good notes, and I really like that he comforted us to know that it's not just Uganda. The problems are not just here. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank you, Madam, for your very, really important contributions, which allows me to build on to really reflect on these important sessions. I also like to really thank the Uganda Banker Associations for indeed putting its finger on a very important subject, which is tourism. And the fact that your panel has actually broadened it to include culture, it's so critical. And I think 2021 was actually singled out as the year of culture by the African Unions. And at African Export Import Bank, we actually wrote our flagship report for 2022 on African culture, which is actually the first ever written report on trade and culture. I'm bringing this up because when we go for tourism, whether in China, Asia, or Europe, somehow tourism is actually very much driven by the history and culture. In other words, it's a path for them to preserve and value their culture and identity. And when you look at the African space, we have what I will call the cultural discontinuity between what was then and what is now. And the key question becomes, in fact, Egypt is one exception for that, on that space. The key question becomes, how do we achieve the foreign exchange reserve without deconstructing that culture and identity further, which is a real issue. And I think if we can achieve that, the foreign reserve, while strengthening the African identity and cultural foundations, then you have a long way in terms of really making a culture a driver of development, making tourism a driver of development. In fact, every single great civilization is actually based on great culture and history. And that is on the time space. But on the plane, the question I've been asking since working on this report has been, can culture and tourism become the path toward cultural convergence? In other words, when you are in Uganda listening to a Nigerian music, at some point it's no longer Nigerian music that you are listening to, it's an African music, isn't it? You carry away. And to what extent could African culture becomes a path to cultural convergence? And if you have that cultural convergence, the whole issue of African unity and African development integration becomes a fait accompli. So I think if we could actually push this important aspect, tourism and culture, as really a vector of development, I think that will help a lot, and it will become a natural thing for every single African to invest into it. And before you know it, and think of it, by 2050, 1/4 of the world will be Africans. If you not shift your mindset in terms of attracting tourism, you'll be losing a big market, a bigger market. I think the future is in the continent. How do we position ourselves to really take advantage of that? I came to listen, but I was so passionate about this that I felt that I should maybe contribute. I'm sorry for this. Thank you very much.
No, we thank you so much for your contribution. Flavia, you disappeared, but I know, okay. His Excellency wanted to give you the mic.
Okay.
I mean, so Flavia, when he spoke about Nigerian music, and immediately I discovered it's no longer just Nigerian music, it's African music in Uganda.
Absolutely.
We now need to, work around the African beat and create our unique African beat that we are selling as a continent. Francis, yes?
So I have two people on this table.
Yes, Francis and Honorable Mach.
So I'll give two mics.
Thanks very much, Maurice, and all the presenters and the panel this morning, especially Honorable Mugereko. You really tickled me into the investments into the sector. But there's something that I've been thinking about, and actually we faced a little bit of challenge during COVID, thinking about how to build resilience in our sectors. And I remember we were thinking about many things, but we never thought about specific vehicles through which we can help the tourism sector to overcome the challenges it actually faces. Mr. Mukunda put it very well that this sector does not want noise. Now, I'm just asking the panel and all of us, what can we do? For instance, when there are cancellations, Eugene has just talked about them, and Honorable Mugereko talked about the loans, the interest that could not be paid because they're not doing business. But today we hear that there is Marburg, and our markets tend to think about one country in Africa as the entire region, and they will be cancelling. What kind of safeguards from an economic perspective can we put in place to protect the investors from those adversities that can affect them? Is there an insurance product that is available? Right. If it is not there, how do we build it? If it can be an outcome of this conference, we'll be very happy. Thank you.
Building safeguards. Honorable Mach.
Thank you very much, moderator. After the sermon on the mountain from Daudi Mugereko, And the quotation from Asimwe, that everybody's business. Tourism is everybody's business. And in light of what guidance His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, gave us to grow the number of tourists in Uganda from the 1 million to 4. And in light of what Mr. Julius Kaketu mentioned to us this morning, that the budget for the tourism industry is stagnated at 0.6% of the annual budget. And in light of what the PS, the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives mentioned yesterday, that whatever resolution we are going to come out with from this workshop will be taken to Cabinet. Can we resolve that at least the budget for tourism moves to 2%? This is notwithstanding, Stephen Asimwe, that in 2014, through my intervention, we managed to give additional 5 billion to this industry. This is just to highlight on what Honorable Migereko mentioned, that what did I do when I was in the ministry. Now, you're talking about gifted by nature, but it's also gifted by history and by culture. Why are we not emphasizing this? And I'm happy that Luis mentioned this. Gifted by history. Igongo, in 2014, when it was commissioned, I represented the Minister of Tourism at that time, the late Maria Mutagamba, she rests in peace. This was a history of 15 to 28, I think, Igongo. And now it is attracting so many tourists. It's bringing money to this country. How about the issue of gifted by language? Do we have the language that these tourists understand? I was a tourist in Washington, and unfortunately I took some beer as we were going up country, and then I needed to go for short call. So I told my friend that, can you stop at a petrol station? I want to go for short call. He did not understand a single thing. There they don't have petrol stations, they have gas stations. And when you are going for a short call, I had a very fantastic phone. I said, what are you looking for? When you have a phone, you can make your short call here. So there they call it peace. You want to pee? So we need to write a language so that the tourists who are coming here understand the culture of Uganda, understand the language here. This is my small contribution. But finally, the issue of welfare of the tourists. One time a tourist wanted to go to pee, and unfortunately where she was taken, there happened to be red ants. I thank you.
All right. Honestly, I know the questions are many. I would love to take all of them, but I think I've seen two hands here. Allow me to just take those and come back to the panel. We must close. Mildred is here with another panel, and yes, go ahead. Keep it short so I can take another one.
Yes, Maurice, I'll make it as shorter because everything has been covered. My name is, let me stand actually. My name is Mark Kiria, and I am the president of the Hotel General Managers Association of Uganda. My role is very, very simple. I am also a board member at Uganda Tourism Association of Uganda, and I'm also the general manager of Eureka Place Hotel and Suites. I've been there for the last 11 years. I'll tell you one story, and I think...
in a few seconds, please.
Julius is aware.
Can you remove the mask so we can hear you? We can't hear you at all. Yeah.
In 2014,
yes,
I was developing Eureka Place Hotel and Suite as their technical arm, the general manager. So I started marketing. I'm also a marketeer. And I saw the market was expanding and the facilities were static. So I said, what do I do? We sat with the board of directors, my board of directors. And we said, we need a financial arm. And we went to one of the banks. I'll not mention the name. They sent us a team of experts to survey our business strength. And they gave a report to their board of that particular bank that stated that Eureka Place Hotel and Suite from that 2014 was closing down in the next 6 months. I went and told the board, is Mark Kiria the one running this hotel or somebody else? That will not happen. I brought Eureka Place Hotel from star 1, now we are threatening star 4. I'm also a grading status trained by East African Community. I'm an assessor. So I want the bankers to work like as hotel senior managers in this country, that they should not be pessimistic. They should not fear us. We are Ugandans, and they're Ugandans. Americans started by cowboys. Dubai started by camel riders. So they were supported financially, and we're technical.
All right.
I am one of the people who said, I want Uganda general managers to manage hotel in Uganda, and I'm training them. UTP must be applauded at this. They're supporting me finances. The ministry is supporting me. UTE is supporting me. I have to train 3,600 general managers to manage hotels in Uganda. We don't want to depend on foreign human resource.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And finally, the micro here, just in front of you, here, in front of you, the gentleman here. In 30 seconds, sir, because I must come back to my panel. I have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm called Biambweni Peter, head of Citizen Mass Campaign East Africa 2030. My question goes to Mr. Bashir. You said you launched a campaign about the promoting and marketing tourism domestically. I want to get a clarity from you. To what extent are we able to sustain this campaign? Is it like a 1 month, 5 months? Because tourism sector is a continuous thing. And then how then are we there like a strategy in under that ministry in trying to preserve our culture as globalization crux-on? Because they warned us as we are going globally, many things, especially our culture, will go away. How ready are we to sustain our culture? And then finally, I want to thank Mr. Stephen Asimwe. At the time when you were in tourism as executive director, you did actually a great job in that sector. And actually, that's why Uganda registered number of visitors. And also, we got a lot of money. So you did a great job, and even the hotel sector, it improved so much.
Thank you very much. All right. Quickly, Lily, there was a question for you, and I want to start with you. The question here, unfortunately, the person didn't write their name, but I'm interested in this question. How does UTB plan to use avenues, and since we were speaking to culture, avenues like Nyege Nyege Festival? You can see the interest already on the table when I mentioned Nyege Nyege Festival to promote tourism. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Just in the interest of time, very specific to that, my director already spoke to MICE, meetings, incentive, conferences and events as a business tourism. And in that event, we have events like music, food, and so on. And Nyege Nyege is one of the events. And for information of this room, Nyege Nyege in 2019 was rated the best event in the continent and the 20th best event in the world. So it has a huge potential. And this year we have partnered with the event organizers and our market destination representative of Africa based in Kenya are bringing thousands and thousands of people around Africa for this event. So it's a huge opportunity, and we are looking at a food festival as well, and many others that are to happen soon.
I know your chairman is the happiest person with Nyege Nyege because he's booked out, he's fully booked out for that period. And every single hotel in Jinja, you need to find a tent now. There is no single room available for that period. All right, I must begin with you, Eugene. You know, your closing remarks, but specifically speaking to, you know, your partnership with the financial institutions as the private sector to grow the industry.
I would like to request that the financial sector supports the tourism. We need the money, we need the support for us to grow the attractions and the destination called Uganda, because we have a very big potential if we got the support that we need. The private sector in Uganda is very robust, they are very resilient. We are doing the best we can to market our country, but we need the support from the financial sector by decreasing the interest rates. We are willing to walk the talk, but we need your support for us to do what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Eugene, very briefly on the issue of culture. Are we building capacity to sell culture now?
Yes, we are building capacity because almost wherever there are attractions, we support the communities around them to expose their culture to the people. Like Lily said, it's no longer just about the wild and adventure. Culture is one of the key aspect of tourism right now worldwide. People come to countries to experience culture. So as Uganda, we are also trying to develop that by supporting the communities around the major attractions for them to portray and showcase what they have to offer as a culture. And most tourists, I actually will not leave a park or any attractions without having interface with the people. So this shows that culture is really very important and key.
All right, Basil?
Thank you, Maurice. Let me pick from Eugene has talked about culture and history. The ministry, like I mentioned, is coming with a bill, but also there is deliberative effort with different institutions. A good example is we saw that Parliament is being actually improved, that building in Parliament. Many of us may not know that the ministry worked together with the KCCA and engaged Parliament before they approved their building plan to see that the heritage and history and culture of that house is retained. When you go to Makerere University, the Ivory Tower which is being built, again, KCCA, ministry and relevant institution was working with all these to see that we protect part of our history. Christ the King and many other buildings we see in Kampala. So there's a deliberative effort to move towards conserving culture, conserving history, to see that we face a direction, but not forgetting where we came from. Secondly, my friend asked about our effort in promoting domestic tourism. Lillian explained so well what we are prioritizing. Remember, when we are talking about the sector of tourism, we are talking about all the agencies. So UTB is continuously putting efforts in marketing Uganda, both promoting domestic tourism and inbound tourism in Uganda. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Julius, you spoke to the gap in financing. I mean, when I looked at the numbers, I think at the end of NDP3, we'll barely hit 30% if we're still at 20% of financing for the sector. How do we bridge that gap?
We can bridge the gap, Maurice, first by relying on private sector. One is there is need to support innovations and startups. I've seen some banks trying actually to do that. It would be good that we see more support on innovation in tourism sector. That would be very good. The second one, I think, for me, is the joint ventures, and the EU talked about it. There are resources out there that we can tap in. How can we bring them here? And I think, for me, my friend here from tourism should be able to say, okay, if these are the resources out there, how can we bring them to Uganda, and then we support the private sector to put on them, because the government won't be able to do that. The third is government intervention. I think government must take lead on this to ensure that standards are there, the environment is there, policy framework is there, so that we have the right managers. Our hotels are, are rated very well, and it is also enforced. Infrastructure is also done. Lastly, we've not talked about insurance, Maurice, and we'll just think, and I take it from my friend from PSFU. How can we be resilient? How can our risks be covered? Was COVID part of the risks in terms of the loans we give? Because every time I try to get a loan, the only insurance I get is if you die or if you are disabled. Are there insurance packages for these kinds of events? For heaven's sakes, we never know. I am wondering what the hotels in Russia or the tourism business in Russia is doing right now. And we don't want that to happen here, and we can't prevent it. So I think insurance would be a very good way of leveraging on the risks that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen, you have the last word, and I'm glad it's you having the last word in this conversation.
Thank you very much, Maurice. I need to make some precedents here. One, this conference was fantastic in my view, and I'm glad that the Bankers Association is looking at the economy holistically, and that tourism is beginning to feature as a big discussion point. So kudos to you and for all the presenters, and I think that the outcome of the conversations here will lead to a policy intervention. And at PSFU, where I represent as CEO, is that tourism is one of the sectors. At PSFU, we have a couple of projects, and I want to salute Mr. Danny Kasiria here, who is representing the World Bank, that the World Bank put in some significant amounts of money under the Competitiveness Enterprise Development Project, through which we have come up with projects like the market destination representation, North America, German-speaking countries, the Arab Gulf states, China, Japan, etc., etc. And I think that that gave us a push. I think from about 2015, we saw the numbers going up significantly. They invested money in UTB, Wildlife Authority, UEC. And I must say that the way Uganda is perceived globally is fantastic. You may wish to know that in 2018-19, Uganda was voted as one of in the top 10 best destination of 1,000, which you must visit before you die. Uganda was featured there. And in Africa, we're only 3. There was North America. It was just a market in Marrakesh. There was another destination in Botswana, where they looked at the Okavango area. But the entire Uganda destination of all the regions was voted the best place to visit before you die. And I received that award at the New York Times Travel Show, where we picked a fantastic prize. It is there at UTB. You can go and see. So clearly there is this positive energy towards coming in this area. So if I was an investor and an investment banker, I think this is a good place to put money and really come. These guys have very good products. Eugene will tell you, if you look at your average tour and travel company, the kind of resources that come through their bank accounts are incredible. And these are people who started from scratch. I mean, I don't want to name names here, but people enter tourism casually and they come out as millionaires. They built the number of lodges that have been established in the last 20 years. Incredible. The kind of people investing there are your ordinary people, bankers, people here, there. So it's a good place to put money. It's a no-brainer in many ways. But like my brother said, standards are critical. And I think there are good SPVs in that area. I wish I had time, I would have talked about culture and heritage. That's a good one, but everybody has talked about it. But I'd just like to make another appeal, that from this conference, is it possible that the banks can start look at some of their resources, your branding money. I've been to a bank in this city where you don't have counter number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have counter CP, counter Victoria, counter Elgon, counter, be creative, create some space. You have a lot of walls. Use it for branding. Some of the materials you have, the videos that are screening there, you are telling us about business projects, products, etc., you can have screen some of them and start to highlight some of the destinations. Money comes back, by the way. Money comes back. You know, it comes back for you. So use the banking halls creatively, do some partnerships. There are 25 banks represented here. Is it possible that each bank can pick one item, one product, culture, heritage, history, a museum? We need a museum, for instance, for currency. It's long in coming. We need some of those things. Then, of course, the element of inclusive tourism is now emerging from a sustainability model. For instance, at PSFU, we are working with a project under the MasterCard Foundation, and I see their branding here, called the Young Africa Works. We intend to create 3 million jobs for young people under something called the lead farm structure. And so we are partnering with tourism products, companies, etc., where we are creating jobs and business opportunities for people around tourism facilities. For instance, you have to fly sausages to Karamoja, bacon, etc. But we have said, no, let's create an ecosystem around some of these projects, finance them with some seed capital, and then let these guys move. But along the way, we need some strategic partners we can work with. So what am I saying? I'm saying that let's pick interest in new products. I know some areas are oversubscribed, manufacturing, agriculture, etc. But tourism is big. Tourism affects everything. Everywhere you touch, move, feel is tourism. And I think that your research and development departments should start to take a keen interest, the women, the SMEs, and I tell you the money will come back. Of course, we have to work on formality. No bank lends you when you don't have traceability. We can't identify you, no PIN number, no ID. You are not traceable. No bank is going to give you money, so we can't blame the banks. However, let's come halfway. Government put more money there. Private sector foundation, all the private sector players come together, and let's see next year when we come back, can we have some results? Thank you very much.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to request that we put our hands together for our panel, Eugene, Basil, Julius, and Stephen. And I will request Wilbrod, yes, Wilbrod, please come. This is the only time we will have a photo with you. So as Flavia takes back her podium, allow us as a panel to come and request you to come and join us for a photo op as an association, so we can claim we were here at the Bankers Conference. So, gentlemen, that is the reward I am giving you. You'll have a photo op with Wilbrod Orr. Please, Wilbrod, come and join us. I suggest you should be at the end because you're the tallest. It will look very different if you're in the middle.
Thank you so much for a fantastic conversation. I think we all got passionate there. The room was filled up. If you could even give you a chance, I think a lot of people would ask as many questions, have many things to say. Also to task, since we've been told that it's not a job for just Lily or Stephen, it's a job for every Ugandan to market Uganda. I welcome the idea of having maybe, not Stella #1 but you know one thing, you know the reason why Ugandans don't actually like being marketed Uganda too? It's because you market Uganda as something so far, so big, so not here. You need to tailor the language to us, because the person right now who is in, let's say, Makenke in Barra, has no clue what you're discussing here. They might understand it, but in their own terms and in their own way. And let's go away from branding where you only market the generic things. Because one brand has used Checho, everybody is going to use it. There's a lot more to our language, there's a lot more to how we relate every single day than to just the slangs you know. So just because one brand has decided Chikati, everybody will say Chikati, Chikati. No. I think you can actually, relatability is good for you because that'll bring clients, that'll bring people, warm bodies into your doors. So as we market Uganda, let's also notice that the fact that the reason why Ugandans don't like that whole thing of marketing Uganda is because they believe when you say, have you seen your country? You're talking about Murchison Falls. No. There's a Ugandan who has never actually driven into Serena. Right? And they drive past Serena every day. But they're like, you know, and the guy probably makes bigger bottom line than the average man in here. But to him, it's, there's a certain Uganda for certain Ugandans and another one for us. Start with those people. Market Uganda to them. If they understand it, anyone will understand it. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, one of our partners has actually gone to see Uganda, and I think you'll be able to see it as he comes here to speak. I would like to invite from BPC, who are actually at the forefront of the evolving conversation on how to help financial institutions to be relevant or to create with relevant digital experiences for not just them, but also their clients. They're in payments. So on behalf of BPC, the Managing Director, Frank Moller. Round of applause as Frank approaches.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I was looking at the video or the photos that were playing, and when guys were talking about tourism, then I quickly told the production guys, I need you to show that I'm contributing towards the tourism in Uganda. That was in Mbwidi. I think we went for gorilla trekking. Quite amazing. And there we just stopped at some place and, you know, having a chat with the kids just to appreciate the nature, what's really happening. And sometimes in technology we say it's a bit hard for you to understand a country if you don't have context of the country. So most of the times we'll just come and have conversations, but if you really don't understand the country where you're operating, then you miss the point. Honestly speaking, a lot of speakers have spoken from yesterday and today, and pretty much all your talking points just keep on disappearing every time somebody comes on stage. So I decided, well, the speech I had, I'm just going to do away with it, and then let's have a conversation. Why do I do that? Everything we're talking about today, everything, when you talk about finance, bridging the gap, it cannot be in the absence of mindset, culture, and the human psychology and philosophy at the same time. Everything we do every day, everything starts from there. In technology, what we say is technology has advanced, but human psychology has remained the same. So as much as, yes, we will sit and have all the conversations about how do we bridge the financial gaps, the narrative comes in as things evolve every day. Where is a human left behind? I'm going to give you a story, and pretty much, probably most of you have seen it. There was a blind man seated somewhere, and he had written on, somebody had helped him write on a board, "I'm blind, I can't see, give me some money." And the whole day, nobody really contributed anything. But later somebody else came and looked at the same writing and said, "It's a beautiful day, I can't see." Context. It's a beautiful day, I can't see. And immediately what happened? People started giving to the blind man. Yesterday we had conversations around white papers are the best writers of white papers come from here in Uganda, but they're implemented in other countries. The question is why? Is it a question of a blind man just drafting? Somebody drafted a narrative for them, and they just say, "I'm blind, I can't see." What is it that we can do to help the people doing the white concept papers so that the narrative is, "It's a beautiful day, I can't see"? I'm talking about collaboration. I'm talking about partnerships. Everything that we had from yesterday to today touches on collaboration, touches on partnerships. Nothing else. I want to appreciate Wilbrod, for setting up UBA over and over again. Sarah Raptor, the chair, Julius as well, and every other person, because these narratives need to continue happening. But you see, the beauty is this. Once we have the conference today and it's complete, what is next? Are we going to tick the box and say, it was a nice conference? It's like going to a boardroom and you're having minutes of the previous meetings to discuss minutes of the previous meetings. We're in a very big boardroom. My question to you, my challenge to you today is, what is your takeaway from this conversation? I listened to the manufacturers yesterday. Guys, I'll tell you something. Even in agriculture, do you know in Africa, we are the only continent that are mandated by God to do agriculture. We are mandated. God has mandated us 60% arable land. There's no excuse to support agriculture. God has mandated us to do agriculture. That is there. But again, it brings a conversation of what happens next. There is agriculture, and we're talking about agriculture finance. Uganda, possibly, it's 80% of arable land being agriculture and fertile. Somebody was telling me, in Uganda, you possibly don't need fertilizer. You eat a seed, you throw it outside, the next day it's a tree, right? What do we do with that? Number two, I think when we talk about agriculture, even from the times of Adam, it was agriculture, it was land that we were given. We are blessed. Don't you guys get surprised that there's a war going on and a population of 44 million people is feeding a population of 1.2 billion? That puzzles me. Ukraine is locked. We can't eat. And yet we have 60% of arable land. The reason I'm bringing this conversation is, as much as we're talking about bridging the financial divide, it cannot be the bank's narrative only. It cannot be the government's narrative only. It cannot be a one-sided conversation. It has to be an ecosystem narrative. I'll give you an example. As BPC, which means Banking, Payments, and Commerce, our CEO went to India, and he realized agriculture, what is happening in that space. We came back and developed what we call a marketplace. And the marketplace possibly it's a place where all farmers who are producers come into the ecosystem, banks are there, farmers, regulators, insurance, not insurance, you have banks, regulators, you have insurance, you have people who do logistics in the whole ecosystem as well. In terms of subsidy, so what farmers do is you go into that ecosystem. I have coffee of this nature. What does that happen? I'm an insurer, I can give insurance. I'm a transport person, I can give you transport and logistics. I'm a regulator, or I'm from the government in this sector, I can give you subsidy for your seeds, for your produce, so that you're able to. It's a whole ecosystem, and what has happened in India is we've enabled 1.5 million farmers in that ecosystem. These are stretched all over to Egypt now and Ivory Coast. I'm sure you know in Ivory Coast, 40% of cocoa in the world comes from Ivory Coast. If you add Ghana, it puts 60%. So 2 African countries driving 60% of cocoa in agriculture. What is it that we are not doing right? And if we come to Uganda, my friend, we have the best pineapple. The sweetest pineapple, guys, I'm telling you, comes from Uganda. Sweetest comes from Uganda. But what do we do with that? But now, when we talk about financing alone, it is not enough. When I'm talking here and I'm telling my fellow, or the bankers in the house, I need money. No. The narrative goes beyond funding. Mindset, culture, the human psychology. This is where the conversation starts. And then how do we bridge that divide? In BPC, we say we bridge real life to digital. If you don't understand the real life of want to be financed, there is no need of asking for finance. So it has to start from that place where we understand, we know where the narrative, the Ugandan context is, and then now we go to the bank and say, hey, we are ready for you. This is what you want, because this is what we have. Now, when you come to manufacturing, it's the same thing. There was agriculture first, during the Adam and Eve days. Then I'm sure medicine followed because agriculture, medicine came from farming and all that, and possibly after that, manufacturing came in, and the rest followed. But unless we sit back and we understand, why is it like we as manufacturing sector, we need funding? For what? I'll tell you in Kenya, for example, when farmers harvest their coffee, don't give farmers money, give them subsidies. When you give them money, they marry second wives. That's a fact. So when we go to the bottom and understand what is it we want to cure, there is a book called Co-opetition by Adam. It's talking about cooperation and competing. I request you to read that book. As bankers, as ecosystem players, what you need to do is to understand where are areas we can cooperate, where are areas we can compete. Now, as payment enablers, and that's why I didn't want to make this narrative about selling the BPC brand or anything else, because we have to understand the context by which we operate in. Then payments just becomes to be an enabler. You bridge the divide. Times are moving very fast. So the question is, who is the right partner that I can partner with to move from point A to point Z? And that is where, as BPC, for example, when we look at the whole Africa as a whole, we've done close to 30 national switches globally. And 10 of those switches sit in Africa, leading with Malawi, where we created interoperability between telcos and the banks in one ecosystem. And some of these narratives just go beyond, like I'm saying, just financing. We need to build ecosystem. If you think of tourism, it's the same thing. Before a tourist comes here, you need to understand, somebody talked about fraud, somebody talked about safety, and by the time I land in Uganda, how safe do I feel? There's what we call national fraud. And how do we come in as an ecosystem to have this conversation? I think as I close, the main point I wanted to drive today is, it is important as we continue to talk about bridging the finance gap in agriculture, in the agriculture, in all these sectors, you know, it is very important for us to take a few steps back and ask ourselves, is it only money? If you're given money today, is that enough? Will that solve the whole problem? And lastly, as I close, I want to leave you with a philosophy. It's called a 10-10-10 philosophy that I always use. What does 10-10-10 mean? 10-10-10 means all of us are in here today. We've already seen where we want to go in all these three sectors: tourism, agriculture, manufacturing. But the question is, what are you going to do about it as you leave this place today? As a payments enabler, I know what I'm going to do about it. I just want to be the middle person to be able to enable that. But as you go away, ask yourself, in the next 10 seconds, in the next 10 minutes, in the next 10 hours, in the next 10 days, in the next 10 weeks, in the next 10 months, in the next 10 years, where do you see yourself as far as bridging financial gap in tourism, manufacturing, and agriculture? And what role do you play as a participant today? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. From BPC, Frank Mola, who's also visited Uganda in a much bigger and broader way. As I let the next moderator come to stage, just to remind you, we have the exhibition stalls, the booths where you are able to see some of those who are showing their products. I know we have Liquid Technologies who are there, so make sure when you have a moment, when we have some time, not now, in the next 10 minutes, we will be thick into our session. For now, please welcome, and it's refreshing to have ladies join this, not just as panelists, but also moderators. Mildred Tahaise, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, it's no longer good morning, it's a good afternoon to you all. Thank you for honoring the invitation and for paying attention to a discussion that is so pertinent. I totally agree with what Mr. Simwe said. I want to move into a bank next and say, tell her Queen Elizabeth, tell her Mgahinga, tell her something like that. We need to change the way we look and think. And Lily said it, that even if they were given all the money that they ask for, and we leave that job entirely to the Uganda Tourism Board, it will not be fulfilled to the level that we desire as a country. So it is everyone's job to market Uganda. But as we plan on the marketing, one key aspect that is very, very important is the aspect of financing. If you were to sell the 2 Vs and what Asimo was talking about, the value, if you're to sell the experience, the 5 senses, you need to plan. And that planning entails a lot of money. And that is where we are going to focus our discussion on the alternative financing options. There is the green financing. Some of us are asking ourselves, what more can we be able to do with that? What does it mean? So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the panelists for this particular session, and in no particular order, Dr. Francis Mwesige, who is a chief economist with the Uganda Development Bank. A round of applause for him as he comes through. Francis, it's free sitting, so feel free to sit wherever. We also have Mr. Noah Owomjisha, who is the head of investment, BDS and Green Growth, ABI Finance Holdings. Welcome, Noah. A round of applause for him as well. And as well, we do have Mr. Robert Kakande, the Executive Director, Finca Uganda Limited. Let's give a round of applause for Robert. I now see the reason why the moderator for this session is female and not male. Otherwise, we were going to have a man here. Next on the panel is Mr. Victor Ndlovu, who is the Director Business Development Lead, MasterCard East Africa. A round of applause for Mr. Victor Ndlovu as we get to start this. I had some ululations from somewhere. That means something, definitely. So ladies and gentlemen, like I said, ours is talking about the issue of financing options. Where do we get these monies? What is available? There are tourism operators. The Tourism Association is right here, but the question is always, where is the fund? At what cost do we get the fund? What is the payment period? And issues to deal with that. And I want to start off with the Uganda Development Bank. And Dr. Francis, I want to start off with you, that as the Development Bank, when we say development, it is in context. It is definitely whole. What role have you played in ensuring development of the tourism sector? Putting in context what Mr. Daudi Migereko said, of all your loanable amount, only 5% went to tourism and hospitality. Take it up.
Thank you, Mildred. Yeah, as a bank, to begin with, I'll start by noting that we are running a 5-year strategic plan, which started in 2020, ending in 2024. And we have prioritized 6 key subsectors. Among those, tourism is one of them. But again, I want to really thank Honorable Daudi Migereko for showing the sectors that we do support. And he showed last year the percentage contributions of these sectors. But we do primary agriculture, manufacturing, agro-processing, tourism, we do human capital, where we look at education, mainly vocational skilling, and we do health. We also do infrastructure. Now, about tourism, it's one of the key sectors that we really look at supporting. And again, my work has been eased by EU. He talked deeply about our partnership. But for us, as we look at tourism, we look at different players along the tourism value chain. And accordingly, we support tour operators, we support hotels, we support cultural and historical sites. We've been talking about culture. And these are the subsectors and different players along the chain that we do support. Now, we've designed a number of products because we recognize that you cannot have a one-size-fits-all in funding tourism, just like other subsectors. In tourism, the products we have are financial and non-financial products. On the financial products, we do working capital. We do term loans, which have a tenure that runs up to 15 years. From yesterday and today, we've been talking about affordable and patient financing. So through our term loans, you're able to get money that is repaid over a space of about 15 years, which we think is patient enough. And of course, not talk about affordability, as we all might know that the bank charges sort of almost half the market price, which is 10 to 12% interest that is charged. And that we apply to the tourism sector also. So the number of others, we have asset financing. I've talked of one size fits all that we want to avoid. Now, under asset financing, you can actually use the asset, the machine that you're going to buy as collateral. Because again, from EU, we heard that some of the people do not have collateral. They do not have titled land. And therefore, we want to devise means of using other forms of collateral to allow borrowers access and afford to get that loan. We do equity. And by the Uganda Development Bank supports greenfields, the startups. So we do equity financing, where we can own shares in that enterprise and divestiture after 10 years. There was a comment from Honorable Migereko, and right so, which was real good feedback, which we really have had. And we've designed mechanisms of addressing that. How do you increase the percentage of those in tourism sector who are accessing loans from UDB? This year we launched special programs, and that special programs has 3 components. It has SME, we call it SME CAS loans. It has women prosper loans, and it has youth step-up loans. Now, this product was designed to help those, or to enable those who hitherto could not access funding through our mainstream funding as we did it. Now, this has more flexible terms. And we've done that. Since we did that, actually, we've seen the number of small players, SMEs, and again, Mr. Kaketo emphasized that, and also Honorable Migereko, that this sector, tourism, is one of the major employers of women. So through our Women Prosper loans, we've seen many women access these facilities through that special programs. We also have non-financial interventions, like BESS. We have a Business Accelerator for Successful Enterprises. This is a program, we have a full unit that is into business advisory services. We talk mainly about the supply side of this, like banks do not structure well these loans to reach out to those who need it, but sometimes also the borrowers are not well prepared to access these loans. You'll find they do not have prepared books of accounts, they do not keep records, so we have a unit that supports our potential clients in preparing them to access these loans. We also have a project preparation unit. Now that takes through identification, conceptualization, feasibility studies up to the end. It takes you through the whole cycle. We've come up with these 9 financial interventions, again, to make it easy for our potential borrowers, those with feasible projects, to be able to come to the bank and access loans. Now, Mildred and everyone here, you know that in the last 2 years, it's been mentioned, the sector was hard hit by the pandemic. We've come up with a number of interventions, and 2 among them, I will not go into the details of one unless asked to do, because EU, again, has made it easy for me, Mr. Lewis. But the first one was restructuring. I want to mention that for the past 2 years, UDB has structured loans worth 42 billion in the tourism sector alone. And this is real to help to cushion these businesses, one, to recover from the effects of the pandemic. And 2, it is through our blended financing partnerships. What Mr. Lewis talked about, through our blended financing, a grant and a loan, through our 62 billion fund that we put aside to support the tourism sector. I'll stop at that, Mildred. Thank you.
Okay, just before you go away, I think it will be prudent for you to just mention, at least in brief terms, to the specifics, because this is basically about the tourism and hospitality industry. Your partnership with EU that birthed the Tourism Fund, which is now specific about what we're talking about, how does one get to it? What do they require? Because for most of the banks, the issue is always sign here, sign there, bring this, bring that. What does one need to do to get that fund?
Thank you, Mildred. I was avoiding entering because we had a full discussion about the same, what you need to do. But basically, we have a criteria. I actually have some brochures here. Maybe if I don't really get into the details of what it takes, like everything, nitty-gritties. But like Mr. Lewis indicated, we have 62 billion that was allocated into this fund. UDB put in 40 billion, and the balance was put in by EU in form of grant. So you get, basically you get a whole sum, but percentage of it will be in form of a grant, and the other one will be in form of debt or loan. And he also mentioned about the terms that you have, we charge the interest 10 to 12, but actually after that grant, that interest goes to 7 to 8%, which is highly subsidized. To get it, there are a few requirements that he mentioned. One of them, you must be adhering to those statutory obligations. You should be paying payee and NSSF. That is key, because when it started, one of the key objectives was to keep and maintain jobs. The other one is the registration, able to pay taxes, and the list is real long. So if I could request Mildred that I take those that I
You
could
said you have the
read this
procure.
after the, yes.
It's okay. You said you have the procure, and you'll be taking on the questions. Noah, I want to come to you. There is no way we can talk about tourism and hospitality living out agribusiness, which is very key in the entire value chain. Now, you could let us know what you as ABI are doing to support this particular one, which in a nutshell or in the broader terms actually affects the entire tourism and hospitality sector.
Thank you, Mildred. I think saying agribusiness is key is an understatement. Yeah. Agribusiness is the base, or it is the first thing where everything starts from. You know, we can celebrate the lions, celebrate the Nile, but when people are hungry, they'll eat those things. So agric is the primary sector on which all these other sectors thrive. Why? It is one of the sectors that supplies the most important basic need. Without it, which you cannot survive. So, and it should be treated like that. Whether return on investment is lower than tourism, the issue is if you're dead of hunger, you'll not make the money. You'll not be a tour guide, you'll not, tourists will even not come if there is no money to eat in Uganda. So I thought using Mr. Asimwe's energy, I should emphasize that agric is number one. Now, it being number one then, it becomes an anchor sector in which the other sectors depend or feed into. And as at ABI, that's how we treat agribusiness. That's why if you look at our acronym, B is in capital letters. A is small for agribusiness, and I for initiative is small. B is capital because we say at ABI that agribusiness is our business. So back to the discussion for today. For all these other sectors to thrive and to be as good and of as high return and beneficial to the economy, agriculture must be sorted. And at ABI, that is the basis of what we do. Perhaps I'll then use this opportunity to basically talk about what we do at ABI. ABI is a social enterprise founded in 2010 between the government of Uganda and Denmark. So we have been in existence for now close to 12 years. What we do basically is to channel development finance into the agribusiness sector to promote competitiveness of everybody. Because when there is no competition in any sector, it just means that sector is not sustainable, it is not nice, the returns are low. So we channel development finance into the agribusiness sector to ensure that everyone there makes as much money as possible, is as comfortable as possible, and gets as much return as possible. Our products that we offer as ABI are in twofold. Some are commercial, some are non-commercial. ABI at the founding time has mainly been looking at both
value chains directly, where you look at people who are actually doing the growing of the food, trading it, but you also look at financial institutions which are financing everyone who's doing business within the agriculture value chain. So the ABI is two companies. We have the ABI Development, which focuses on the SMEs and smallholder farmers and everyone involved directly in the value chains. But then we have ABI Finance, which focuses on interventions within the financial services sector. The importance of financing has been highlighted, so I will not talk about it. I'll mainly talk about what we are doing there to enable financial services providers in Uganda to offer the needed financing to enable agribusiness become competitive and gainful for people to invest in or to apply themselves in. So on the ABI finance side, we offer lines of credit. Ticket sizes ranging from 500 million, I think, up to 30 billion to financial institutions. And on top of that, we offer agricultural loan guarantees. And the purpose of that is to de-risk the agribusiness financing. Financial institutions will tell you, we have money, but we are not sure whether it will come back when drought comes, or when you know, there is an issue around what the farmer or the enterprise or the agribusiness is doing. So we offer guarantees to de-risk. We take part of the risk and then allow the financial institution to take another part of the risk. We also offer financial services development support, and that is meant for building capacity of financial institutions. Not all of them are there yet. Not all of them are tier ones. Let's not forget that some are, you know, a group of farmers coming together and forming a circle. They are not banking experts. They are not finance experts. So we come in and give them support. Some need a branch space. Some areas are not attractive, like in the refugee hosting communities. They may not have so many clients for banking services. So we come in and give you that grant to help you establish a branch. When you make money, then we can pull out and allow you to proceed and run the ecosystem. The other last one is the business development services support, which is capacity building, but less of infrastructure, more on staff capacity building, where we train you know, all the way from board members up to the loan officers in the branches to know how to handle agribusiness clients. So that's what we do on the side of ABI. Maybe as a sweetener, I hope we'll get an opportunity to talk about it, is that we have decided to take the green finance approach with more emphasis. And the justification for green financing has been mentioned. So I'll limit myself to, again, what we are doing in that space so that I don't bore you with what is climate change, what is climate mitigation, what is adaptation, or what is environmental conservation. ABI appreciates, you know, when you look at climate change in general, it is three things. Yeah. Climate adaptation, climate mitigation, and environmental conservation. Everything you're doing to make sure that you do not compromise the resources of the planet to provide for you and the next generation is in those three things. So as ABI, we have interventions that we have in place, again, which are tagged to each of our products, which we are putting out there, and then we hope this will take us in the right direction regarding green financing and green financing.
Thank you, Noah. We'll be getting deeper a bit into green financing as well, but I totally agree with you that agribusiness is key, because at the end of the day, we also want to sell our cuisine as part of the tourism. I mean, what do you find in the east? What do you find in the north? What do you find in the central? Let me come to you, Robert. When you talk about any sector, the small and medium enterprises, SMEs, will provide the forward and backward linkages, coming with their immense challenges. Some of them, which Francis talked about, you know, record keeping, bookkeeping, becomes really, really tedious, and thus making them a bit unbankable. So very risky to be able to finance. As Finca, what kind of products are you ensuring that you put in place to these SMEs that are providing these forward and backward linkages for the tourism and hospitality sector?
Thank you very much, Mildred. First of all, as Finca Uganda, we've been around for the last 30 years. Mr. Daudi Migereko here was our first board chair of Finca Uganda. So a big round of applause for him for ensuring that he's not a pep when it comes to Finca Uganda. So we've been around for the last 30 years, and we were the very first microfinance deposit-taking institution to be licensed and regulated by the central bank. And when you talked about small and medium enterprises, I wanted you to add M, because my employer is watching. So there's micro, small, and medium enterprises. And as Finca Uganda, that is the space in which we play. And we have products across the range of micro, small, and medium enterprises. In the micro space, of course, that's when you look at businesses that have employees of about less than 5 employees, less than 10 million in investment, less than 10 million in turnover. And we have products like the group loan product in that space. We have micro loans, we have Finca Easy Loans, and we are that type of institution that provides financing to people who are not able to provide collateral. So the challenges of financing that we've been talking about over the last 2 days are some of the solutions that we offer. We realize that there are people out there who do not have collateral and come together as a group and be able to guarantee each other and be able to access this credit. We also have loans that are in the what we would call the small and medium enterprise space, and we have individual loans in that category. And for the individual loans, we look at those that have collateral, but also we look at agricultural loans where we have a big portfolio in agriculture. Our lending out there is about 35% of what we do to agriculture. So when you talk about agriculture, it's very dear to our hearts, very close to what we do at Finca Uganda. But we have also gone a long way in ensuring that we digitize our processes. We now have digital field automation where we are able to move out to the communities, be able to do credit scoring, be able to open up accounts for our customers, and be able to offer loans without asking so many questions. I know people have been complaining about the various questions that are asked before we have these people as bankable people. So the DFA, or the digital field automation, helps us be able to capture information real time, and where you have been a borrower with us, we are able to process that information quickly, and we are able to a credit decision very quickly for you. So we also have a number of products in the space of refugee financing. We do loans to SACCOs, village and savings loan associations. So we have a big role to play because as financial institutions, we realize that some of the financial institutions cannot come down to the base of the pyramid that we serve, and we play a very big role in ensuring that people in this category or in this sector of the market are able to access financial services. So when you talk about access, it's not only for the big players, but the small players also have a big part. And realize that they are the majority of the people. We have about 70% or more of them in this category of the market. So Finca Uganda does a lot of work in this area. And as part of agribusiness, of course, I've talked about what we do. But like Stephen said, tourism industry, all of us are more or less involved in tourism through the backward and forward linkages that provide. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. We'll be expanding more on that. Let me get to Victor. For every service or product that is provided or purchased, there has to be an exchange of value. And in most cases, how it is exchanged is the discussion. And we are in the digital era. We are in the fourth industrial revolution and moving deeper into that. And MasterCard, as a digital solutions company, how best are you coming into the space of providing the solutions in the tourism sector to ensure this exchange of value, whichever it is?
All right, thank you, Mildred.
Victor, feel free to lift that up so you can feel a little bit more comfortable.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, so thank you so much, Mildred, for the question. I'd like to first start by acknowledging Wilbrod. I think the UBA conference is a fantastic opportunity to discuss, very pertinent issues that are happening either in payments or in the economy. And I think this is the right time to re-energize the environment and the economy. And I think tourism is certainly pertinent to that. I also wanted to acknowledge the illuminating remarks by Honorable Megereko. I thought that presentation was very exciting. And it captured the salient things that actually we should all be thinking and focusing on. And also, I take the challenge that Louise threw to Steve around, let's compare Spain to Uganda. It's not a bad thing to do. Certainly, we can learn from what is happening on the other side. But I also liked your response in relation to, if we are not investing enough in that segment, and yet that segment is driving perhaps 7% of GDP. So we are missing a trick somewhere. So we need to be able to actually think through that and be able to start driving this more aggressively, because I think the benefits far outweigh anything else that is available. So anyway, so getting back to the discussion, I want to start by saying, imagine a world today where all the tourists that are coming into the country are not able to use payment mechanism, either e-commerce or even cards, to actually pay for, let's say, a tourist adventure. If I'm in the US or the UK or somewhere in Africa, I want to actually come into Uganda and actually, take myself on a holiday. If I don't have the cash, if I don't have the card mechanisms, how do I actually transact? And if we look at the 1.5 million tourists that are coming into the country, if those rails are not available today, would we be seeing that 1.5, or do the numbers obviously not look that great? And therefore, I think this is where the conversation becomes very important for us, why MasterCard comes into the picture. So we are a global network operator, or entity, that connects the entire ecosystem, which is the world and Uganda, to enable those consumers who are actually wanting to come into Uganda to be able to make payments either before or even during their time here, for the convenience to be able to actually transact. And just linked to that, I want to mention that where we actually provide a lot of value is secondly around, we get to know, for instance, in the planning phase of that particular individual. Every conversation around, I'm going into Uganda, starts with, obviously looking at the internet to be able to actually see the different websites, what is available to Uganda, is it safe, and so on. So that initial click is how this conversation starts. And at the end of that, there needs to be a payment mechanism to allow that particular individual to actually make a payment. And that payment needs to be a safe, secure payment, and we provide those rails that enable that transaction to actually take place. So we provide a lot of data because of the information that we see when a tourist is in that planning stage before they actually come into Uganda. We actually see the data sets in terms of transactions when that particular individual is in country and transacting. So for instance, it may not just be the hotels or even the game lodges that they're actually paying and spending money on. They're actually spending in other segments which may not be captured by the tourist authorities. So we help to provide additional data to help us and the tourist operators and the regulators in this space to be able to actually look at how do we enhance the value proposition to, the entire system. For instance, if we get to know that most of the tourists that are coming in are coming from the US, how do we market our messages based on the data that we see, either pre or even during, and even after, because we can then see what then did that tourist do after they actually left Uganda, for instance. So that's one of the ways in which we are there to help the system. We displace cash, because obviously cash for us is the competition. We like to think that there is a world beyond cash, and that world is certainly the direction that we are focusing on, and certainly the messages that we pass on to the local authorities is that let's digitize all these processes. Because by digitizing these processes, you are actually able to then bring more and more participants into this system. So just a couple of more points before I end. The second piece is around, so I think Honorable Megereko spoke about, he put a slide that showed the list of game parks where people are making payments and so on. I'd like to think that we have contributed to that process through digitizing that segment, even in terms of your e-visas, for instance, for people that are coming into the country who need payment facilities before they actually land, for their convenience, etc. So we want to see how do we actually even enhance that experience through obviously the sites that Uganda Tourism Board, for example, are pushing out there. The tourists need to be able to see that in Uganda they can actually use their cards as a basic minimum requirement before they explore other things. They don't need to actually bring cash, or else we are creating a new employment category which is undesirable compared to the ones that we actually should be pushing, where, for instance, the consumer should be able to do more in terms of the space. The third piece is around partnerships. Now, when I speak of partnerships, I'll just mention one example that we've just recently done, which is a discussion that I want to pick up as well with Honorable Migereko's team, etc., is one around, how can we then partner and drive specific initiatives that are aligned to obviously the objectives that the UTB is pushing in this case. And I think from there, once you're aligned, you're able to then see how you can actually push those partnerships, etc. And one of the ways that you can actually add a little bit more value in terms of even creating employment out there is, for example, where the tourists come in, you've got a lot of these curio shops that are operating, but assume that you are able to put that into as part of the advertisements that go out into, let's say, the UTB, websites and so on. Now, why do I mention this? It's because today, there's an e-commerce opportunity that we have seen growing as a result of COVID. The numbers have not gone back, they've actually grown consistently, and the habit has started to become more of a everyday kind of scenario. Now, assuming that small curio holder has got a mobile phone, and they've got a shop selling those curios, but they're only selling to those people that are actually coming into their space. But why can they not then advertise before they even, when the tourists, before they even land? And we've got what we call a tool called Simplify that actually helps that e-commerce play to be able to help them create the websites, market the material, put it out there, and actually sell their wares before they even come. So they can even start acquiring revenue even before the individuals come through. So those are amongst some of the things that we do. Obviously, there are many, but we can always get to that point at some stage.
That's very true. But Victor, just before I leave you, you talked about digitizing, you're talking about these payment solutions, and someone is thinking about the 5-star, 3-star hotel, probably. Let's break it down to the MSMEs. I am a tourist, and probably I move into the community, I'm getting a souvenir, or I'm buying fresh fruits. Are we looping the MSMEs into that space of payment that they will not have? Of course, they will not have a POS, so you won't buy the fruits using your card. But how do we loop them in? Because you talked about a key aspect, which is convenience. Convenience on both sides.
Yeah.
So are you looping the MSMEs in that? Is MasterCard thinking about that direction?
Yeah, so this discussion is not new, and it's certainly something that we are starting to push even more. So the cost of a point-of-sale terminal, as you all know, is pretty prohibitive, especially for that low-end segment of merchants that are trying to sell their stuff. And certainly from an economic standpoint, the banks sometimes don't want to underwrite smaller merchants because of the cost of obviously the POS machine. Now, obviously there are now newer and better ways of actually accepting a transaction. For example, we've got your QR payments, which is simply a sticker that you can use provided the person that is actually using it has got a mobile phone. And the advantage that we have is that it doesn't just become a domestic play, it actually allows the cross-border piece. So someone can actually make their payments by downloading obviously the apps from their banking apps to be able to actually effect that payment. And then obviously we're also moving into other new forms of payment, such as tap on phone, which is again, your mobile phone becomes an acceptance device. So it doesn't matter whether it's a USSD or a feature phone or a smartphone, any type of phone that cannot actually be used as a means of payment. And those are the ones that we are now using or pushing the SMEs to be able to actually work with the banks and the fintechs and the different partners like government who are actually involved in pushing that same message. As an objective as MasterCard, We have an ambition to bring in 1 billion new consumers by 2025, of which 50 million of those should be in the SME space. And if you think about the SME space, most of those are in Africa. And out of that 50 million, 25 million should be SME women entrepreneurs. So that is aligned to some of the programs that we are doing. I think the video that you saw earlier on kind of depicts the journey that we are now starting to move into, which is again agriculture and trying to help digitize that agricultural payment ecosystem as well.
Those statistics there deserved a round of applause because that talks about a future of inclusiveness, leaving no one behind, like the Sustainable Development Goals speak to. Francis, I want to come back to you onto something Noah also hinted about, that is green financing. Relatively quite new to many. I know that we have over about 900 million US dollars, but when you look at the kind of projects that have been taken under that green financing in Uganda, about 46. You could correct me on those statistics. And the question is it that we don't understand the concept of green financing? What exactly is it, and what opportunities are there, for example, for the tourism and hospitality industry?
Thank you, Mildred. Green financing or climate financing, it's real termed differently depending on really the institution, and is quite new in Uganda. And at Uganda Development Bank, we define it as financial resources invested in climate mitigation and adaptation measures through instruments such as debt or loan, grants, equity, guarantees, among others, which can also leverage on private financing. So that's how we take it. And it, like I've said, it can be defined differently because it's still new in our market. When it is new in Uganda, climate financing is not new globally. Actually, we've been part of those efforts. I'll give an example, starting with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1994, and subsequently Tokyo Protocol of 2005, which mainly focused on reducing greenhouse gases. Later in 2015, we had the Paris Agreement, which more focused on reducing global warming to less than 2 degrees Celsius, and preferably 1.5 degrees Celsius. And currently, they just completed COP26. All these have been talks, arrangements, and where Uganda is actually part on green financing. But we never really, internalized it because I think climate change effects had not caught up with us. And now we are starting to discuss this because everyone is feeling it. For example, we know what has happened since this year started, that most parts of the country have faced prolonged drought, and everyone is starting to talk about green financing. So that is about it. So there is a lot of money that has been allocated for green financing. The number of funds, especially even starting with UNCCC that I've talked about, we have, for example, Global Environmental Facility, GEF. We have GCF, Green Credit Fund, and that one is one of the biggest, which requires even accreditation. We have Adaptation Fund. There is also World Bank's climate investment funds. There are also other funds under multilateral, bilateral institutions, DFIs, and a number of those. So there's a lot of money out there. The difference is we have not really tried much to tap into those, and again, for a number of reasons, because we don't have the right environment for that, to attract this kind of funding, and a number of other barriers that I can speak to. So as Uganda Development Bank, we started on a journey in 2020 to tap into green financing funds and to be a vehicle or sort of to go to institution, DFI in Uganda, where one can access this money. How did we start? And a number of steps. We started by establishing a green finance unit. We have a fully fledged unit at the bank that is handling all to do with green financing, managing the whole array of portfolio of pipelines on green financing. About a year later, we started our process on accreditation. I talked of GCF, Green Climate Fund. It requires accreditation to get it. The process is quite long and data intensive, and you've asked, could be some of the barriers as to why we really don't get into this space. So we started it in 2020. We are now at the tail end, but this process takes 2.5 years. Actually, about 3 weeks ago, we had general manager for African region from South Korea was visiting the bank, and we're asking about this process. It's really been long and tedious, and he told us, you're almost there, but it takes 2.5 years, just to know. So you can imagine if you're really trying to enter this space, what it takes. We have had other initiatives, for example, discussions through partnerships, discussing with other DFIs, multilaterally or bilaterally, and we have, for example, we're in a discussion with FW, which is planning to churn about, the discussion is at the tail end, about $20 million to begin with. Then we also, before actually these multilateral arrangements, we started with streamlining our policy environment. So we started with developing a green finance policy. We developed a green finance strategy. We developed guidelines and indicators. You know, the number of interventions that we do here by all the institutions here, even commercial banks, that are green in nature, but there haven't been deliberate efforts to categorize them or to identify them as green. For example, support for power, solar powered irrigation is a green initiative. For example, anything to do with solar and access to renewable energy is green in nature, but there hasn't been deliberate efforts to sort of categorize and identify those as efforts. So what we've done at the bank, we've come up with tools and indicators to categorize our portfolio as either green and the extent to which it is green, again, based on mitigation and adaptation measures that I've talked about. Okay. We have, we're also in the process of establishing a climate finance facility. Here we were supported by, again, EU and FAO. We have an arrangement, a Greenvest project, where they trained us, again, the technical demands in it, on the tools. GLEMI, Exact, these are real complicated tools that we use to measure for greenhouse accounting. A bit complicated, but they are required to penetrate this space. And then, as part, again, of the environment, we've looked at the resources, having the right resource at the center. People who can do all this that I've talked about. And lastly, has been building strategic knowledge and partnerships. Okay. I'll stop at that.
It's as technical as you did explain it, Francis, definitely. But let me come to Noah. You also did mention a bit about green financing and what it means to you as ABI. But number one, what is your experience and what do you think needs to be done for this to be fully accepted and taken in as easily? But also with regards to financing agribusiness, what are some of the challenges that you have faced and how can this be handled?
Thank you, Mildred. Maybe I can give 30 seconds to explaining some of the relationships between these things. You know, the human mind, if you don't understand something, naturally it will tend to move over it. Yeah. So climate finance is money or financing that goes to investments that are targeting specifically climate risks or climate change related risks. So if you're talking about, I'll again not mention so many, I can give a small basic example. Dry feeding for animals, it's an adaptation for climate change. Because when the sun comes before you have enough food or enough fodder out there, and you'll not have something to feed your animals on. So you had better pick the pasture, dry it, or convert it into silage, and then bale it or bury it in preparation for using when feeds are low. That's just one example of a climate finance related investment. Green is the bigger, is the world where climate and any other terms regarding sustainability are hosted. I can give you an example. There may be investments that are not necessarily climate smart, but which are green in nature, energy saving. You're just getting more people out of the drudgery of carrying things or using manpower to automation. That is green. So quickly, I'll go to what our experience has been. We work with over 40 financial institutions across all tiers. So we did a rapid assessment, and
of them had green finance products. So they are available. However, those green finance products are focusing on one, not most important intervention for dealing with climate change, and that is mitigation. Mitigation, you're trying to make sure you reduce emissions. Uganda's problem is not emissions. We are among the negligible emitters globally. Our problem is this, adaptation. So people are emitting out there, and we are not prepared to deal with the consequences of the changing climate. In fact, we are number 12 globally in terms of vulnerability, from about a population of 149 countries. Number 12. But again, we are 49 least, in terms of position, least prepared to deal with the consequences of climate change. These things you see in Kalamoja happening, and meetings are happening, and we do not have very quick, immediate solutions to people dying. That is the true test of how ill-prepared we are when these things happen. 30% 30 out of the 42 financial institutions we've talked with have mitigation. What are the mitigation investments? Solar. We already have hydro, which is clean. Solar is also clean. Yes, solar may make you switch from a diesel generator, but it will not make you go hungry when the crops die. It will not help you to survive when the crops are drying in the garden. We must switch financing to there. And therefore it means most of our investment in green financing, or the subset of green being climate financing, are focusing on not the biggest threats to agribusiness and therefore to the economy. And that's why, for example, one mitigation we have put in place, or solution to addressing that, is in our interventions we are offering under the Green Challenge Fund by ABI for financial services sector. We want to broaden the spectrum of what you call clean technology loans, of what you call green loans, of what you call finance loans, to focus on those things you have been financing subconsciously, but which have the biggest impact on making sure that our sectors are secure, agri, and those other sectors that depend on it, tourism, manufacturing, and the rest. For example, financial institutions are financing improved seed, but that seed is already adapted for example, moisture stress resistance. Yeah. It is already adapted to flooding resistance. It is short time, early yielding varieties, meaning by the time the drought comes after 90 days, you already have something you can eat. Those are already part of those things you need to focus on and isolate them from the many things you broadly call agribusiness financing, and start to report on them and emphasize them deliberately so that you can be able to highlight them. Quickly, away from the direct cash investments into agri, okay. we want to, our other intervention under the Green Challenge Fund is building capacities of two institutions, or two populations. One, the financial services sector population. Most of them are BComs, let me use an example, or BBAs. So they are not experts in natural sciences to be able to know that, by the way, this loan is looking by purpose, it is a climate smart loan. We want to be able to skill them, okay, and get to a point where they can say, I think this is a climate mitigation loan, this is a climate adaptation.
That Francis was talking about.
Yes, now, but however, one other thing we want to do, which most people have been avoiding, is to have a taxonomy for green financing. People are coming here and pouring money, but I can tell you, if you brought all of them here and tell them what is climate finance, the definitions would be different. But I can tell you that every Christian will quote John 3:16 as the same verse. Meaning, the Bible is the taxonomy for scripture. We need the taxonomy for green financing. And as ABI, we have already rolled out an activity of developing a green financing taxonomy, which is ongoing in partnership with the Global Green Growth Institute, and we will be able to put out this information for trainers, for those developing financial products, for those who are advocates and ambassadors of green financing, okay, to be able to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Noah. I think he speaks to the heart of it, that Whereas we're talking about these monies and the beneficiaries are there, do we understand exactly what it is? But just before we move on and go to the audience, I'll be allowing just a few questions. Let me come to you, Robert. Sometimes people love to say post-COVID, but I normally remind people that we are not yet out of COVID. It's just post-lockdown when everyone had their movement stalled. So how have you as a bank, as Finca, dealt with these challenges that have prolonged? That even when we talked about, restructuring loans, there's challenges with your customers that have been prolonged, and it's business unusual. How are you adapting as financial institutions and helping customers to continue with these, finance flow, adapting to all the changes that were brought by COVID-19?
Thank you very much, Mildred, for that question. What I must say is that, hope I'm on. What I must say is that, what I must say is that as financial institutions, we have had a lot of lessons coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. Starting, of course, excuse me, with the time we had COVID, we had to change many things. Innovation had to be one of the things that we had to do. Innovation not only in the products that we have to offer, innovations in our processes, innovations in our service, innovations in everything that we do to make the customer happy, because the customer is at the heart of what we do as financial institutions. I must say that financial institutions, I think, are the business that remained open, not because we are making money, but because we wanted to ensure that we serve our customers and that customers access our services. One of the things that came out very prominently is the use of digital channels. I can confirm that all financial institutions now almost have 50% of their transactions going through the digital channels. So that taught us to adapt, and I'm happy that even the people out there, our customers, were able to adapt to use of technology. Of course, this involved a lot of investment on our side. We had to invest in technology, and technology meant that it was not only about how best you can serve the customers, but also for us to be able to do things like restructuring, giving moratoriums. Most of our core banking systems had to be adapted to be able to do the restructuring or give moratoriums that were required for us to serve our customers. We also had a lot to do with our risk management. We changed our risk appetite towards lending, and we look at sectors differently now, post-COVID, and that means that when it comes to assessment of loans, there's more scrutiny that we are going to give to some sectors. We have learned a lot about how some sectors operate, and that means it's easier to give the services that we are able to offer. But also, apart from the scrutiny that we have had when it comes to the loan decisioning, we have also learned that anything can happen, even post-COVID. And that means that even our technology has to adapt. And that is why we are talking about things like credit scoring. We are talking about things like credit decisioning, so that at the end of the day, we can automate the process of even decisioning credit out there, so that for our customer who has been with us for a long time, we can be able to attach scores and be able to use technology to be able to disburse that loan without us having to take the customer through the hassle of sign here, sign there, and all the things that have been talked about through this process. But also, the COVID-19 taught us that the customer is very important in whatever we do. And it's no longer about customer experience, but we are looking at customer loyalty, or we're looking at even customer advocacy, because we had to be resilient out there. Market resilience was very, very important. And if you couldn't be resilient out there in the market, then you wouldn't survive as a financial institution. I must say that we did not have any financial institution folding, simply because there was that resilience. There has also been a lot of changes in terms of the requirements on capital adequacy. We are now prepared better to serve our customers. We have enough capital conservation buffers. We have a lot around liquidity. During COVID, we experienced something that we didn't think about all the financial institutions had deposits growing, which meant that there is a lot of confidence in the financial sector out there because people kept their money more with financial institutions. I don't know of any bank that had liquidity challenge or any shortfalls on liquidity. But we have learned that we need to manage liquidity better, and also we need to be very efficient in deployment of these resources. Partnerships are very, very critical. We got some concessional funding. We have a lot of blended financing options that are now continuing even post-COVID, including government participation. Of course, the Small Business Recovery Fund that we are all aware of. So all these are things that we are doing as financial institutions to ensure that we help our people out there post-COVID and for them to be able to recover.
All right, thank you very much. Great lessons that have been taken, Robert. It's not always dark. Even a dark cloud has a silver lining at some point. I hope we do have a microphone ready, and we can, Flavia, we will be taking on the questions. But just as we do, Victor, we talked about digitization, we can talk about digital payments, but the biggest elephant in the room is always the cyber fraud. And that's where the trust issues come from. What advice would you give? And I do remember even when mobile money had just come, most of us did not believe, most of the people did not believe that you can actually have millions of cash on your phone, because there is the trust of, if I pay, what is the acknowledgement of receipt? Just how about if someone intercepted my payment and it doesn't get to its destination? What lessons can you give in that regard?
All right, thank you again, Mildred. So as MasterCard, we have a couple of programs that we work with our partners to help them to manage that cyber threat that is out there. So as you probably are aware, MasterCard and security are almost like the same thing. We are paranoid about our security. Why? Because if we do not secure the integrity of the payment system, then we've got no payments to talk about. Then everyone then goes back to using cash, which again, if you want to be the economist and you say, so what is the cost of cash? As much as people don't think there's a cost, there is a significant cost that people don't budget for, which is roughly in the region of about 3% in the economy. And again, if I look at the GDP, you're looking at 1.2 billion that is actually lost in terms of managing cash. So for us, when we look at cyber, we look at it from two angles. One, where we can actually help, let's say, the SMEs manage programs on their own by simply working with them and our banking partners and our other partners like fintechs to be able to pass on messages around, what are those do's and don'ts as they actually embark in, let's say, your e-commerce world today, where most of the threats are coming from. And so there are two programs that I'd just like to highlight, which are available today, and you can actually Google them up. Again, free of charge. It's just good consumer education that we pass on together with our partners so that people are aware of the risks that are related. The first one is the Global Cyber Alliance Program, which is just specifically targeting the SME space, and it just helps to help those SMEs to be able to understand risks around payments, etc. The second one is actually what we call the Cyber Resilience Program, which now goes a little bit into a little bit more detail in terms of, what are those things you need to look out for. For example, when you manage your passwords, when you go onto the web, what are those characteristics that you need to watch out for? You also need to look at how do we educate, those particular consumers and the SMEs in terms of managing things such as security updates, which are important, the reasons why, and what they're trying to solve for. Because, for example, fraud is not something that, obviously wakes up today in one space, will be there tomorrow, it will move based on obviously the opportunities that it presents itself with. So you need to be able to then ensure that the basic minimum, when you are playing in this field, people are aware of those risks that are involved. The third piece is around authentication. Again, how do you authenticate yourself, or how do you authenticate the partners that you're working with? whenever you're actually doing a transaction. Again, e-commerce, it could be on your mobile phone. It doesn't really matter as long as you're actually conducting a payment. You need to have certain parameters that you look at for as a consumer. And this also goes to things such as phishing. Everyone has been targeted at one point in their lives. You know, some very enticing emails are sent to consumers, and then, you know, obviously promising heaven and earth. So we need to be able to get people less excited with those kind of informations, which obviously are trying to get data off them, and then obviously the data is used in the wrong way. So in addition to that, what we then do, specifically working with our partners, we have a couple of programs, and I'll mention one or two. So the first one is what we call it's called the Risk Recon, which basically says, as our merchants are working with, obviously, the ecosystem, they don't know which websites are tracking them and for what purposes. So we are able to actually go into, for example, what we call the dark web, see who is actually playing inside that dark web, and see or track the movement of, or the communication that is happening with those participants, with either the individual person who may not even know that, you know, there's an organization that is tracking them, or even businesses. And that helps us to be able to then, you know, help, you know, our banks to say, you know, as much as, you know, you want to conduct business here, there's a risk that, you know, there's fraud, there's a company or companies that are, you know, that have done, you know, the wrong things, that are actually tracking the movement, et cetera, et cetera. And then we provide them with the support in terms of the tools that help them navigate this particular ecosystem. So that is one way in which we help our banking partners and the merchants to keep ahead of the game. And then there are obviously others that we, you know, we work with specifically, let's say on the consumer side, based on, you know, obviously AI intelligence, based on, you know, how you conduct yourself whenever you're actually transacting, looking at, again, IP addresses. Sometimes these fraudsters try and mask to pretend that they are in country X when they're actually here, and then they actually are trying to get information out of you. So we then unmask, you know, those IP addresses for who they are, and then we help banks with, you know, obviously a score that actually says this person is pretending to be somebody else, and the behavior is such that it's not consistent with what we typically know of them, or, you know, the society, or, you know, other, you know, criteria that we then use. So out of that, you know, we then build a strong profile that helps keep the environment safe. There will always be attempts at, you know, obviously our partners, but so far we've been able to help keep the industry safe. And we will continue to do so. We invest a lot of our time and effort to ensure that we are on top of the game. And certainly we've got some of the best experts globally to address all those concerns in the space.
Thank you very much. Basically, Spying Foreign on behalf of the other organizations for their safety. Thank you very much. MasterCard. We'll take on about 2-3 questions because of time, and let's make them as brief and precise. Yes, I do have from one from EU, and then I have another question. All right.
Thank you. Just to inform that on the last page of the booklet, I mean, we have all the conditions and criteria for the UDB EU facility, Francis? Okay. We have to make our commercial. Yeah, I wanted to make a question that probably I had to do in the first panel, but I think it's quite important, and I don't want to silence it. I mean, it may be directed to Francis or to Noah, since they are both in green financing and climate change. Don't you see a collision course between this agenda of climate change, green financing, and the agenda of gas and oil, the growing sector of gas and oil in the country, especially because it happens in the very same places, and the Murchison and the Queen Elizabeth Park. I mean, maybe the association next year will bring gas and oil to the agenda and discuss this sector. Okay. But imagine if they both come together. I mean, are they incompatible? Is there any discussion? How you see it?
Thank you very much. Very key. It's something that has always come up, the discussion of, you know, clean energy vis-a-vis the fossil fuels. We can move the microphone. Sorry, we'll just grab the microphone to the next speaker right there. I can't wait for that answer because there's always been the discussion of these fossil fuels are here to stay, no matter what.
Thank you, Mildred. Mildred, the discussion of the panel now is on alternative financing options, including syndications.
Yes.
And I would like to address my question to Noah. This is the one in charge of the Noah's Ark. And to talk to Wilbrod Owori. Right now in Uganda, we have just about 10,000 tractors, and the economy needs much more than that. Can you talk to Wilbrod to cause the banks here present to agree that every year for the next 5 years, we finance 1,000 tractors with implements to ensure that this country enhances tractorization project, which the government is doing.
Okay.
The second, which is connected to that, government is having these issues of industrial parks all over the country. Can we also support government as banks under the Uganda Bankers Association to have commodity parks and to take advantage of what the government is doing now with the parish development model, which is going to require a lot of markets, so that we have every year at least these banks here present financing minimum of 10 commodity parks in this country.
Okay.
Where all the farmers can just take their produce and you just leave it there. There is the warehouse receipt system, the SACCOs are all in one place. I know you will do it as Noah the Ark. Thank you very much.
And that's why you ask those in favor say aye and those in say nay. The ayes have it. I'll take it as that. We have, yeah, right there. I will take those two.
Let me give a lady the opportunity. You'll keep, yes, you'll keep this after the lady.
After the lady, yeah.
Sorry, I hadn't seen the lady.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Serena Kasiria, and I work with a social enterprise that supports women and youth artisans to market and produce the products that they sell as souvenirs in the tourism industry. Well, with my experience, I'd like to send my question to first Mr. Victor from MasterCard Foundation, and any banker, and the other comment will be to the bankers in the house. Now, with my experience as someone who has opened up an e-commerce shop, one of the challenges we are getting is trust from the buyers. Does MasterCard have what we would call an endorsement to legit businesses that can be trusted by the tourists? Because a person will be afraid of buying from a certain site because they are not sure if the business is legit or not. So is there an endorsement that you have as MasterCard? And then the other question is, we have, as someone who has experience with craft markets, and today if you move to the exhibition, you'll find that challenge that there is no one who will have a point of sale machine because the bankers have made it close to impossible to own these point of sale machines. So is there a way you can make these machines very affordable to the people in the tourism sector, especially people in the art and craft industry? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question taken. Yes, the two gentlemen on the side.
Yes, Madam Mildred, yes, I'm honored to be here and I'm humbled to be here. My name, once more, is Mark Kiria. I'm the president of the Hotel General Managers Association of Uganda. I personally have done this hotel work and helped about 12 hotels to start and succeed in the last 25 years. I don't want to mention those hotels, but the one now I've been for the last 11 years is called Eureka Place Hotel and Suite. I brought it from 1 star, now we're heading to 4 star. Most of you people know it. I've been the general manager there for the last 11 years. And I also established the platform of the general managers in the country. I am the founder of the National Association, which is now one of the 8 tourism associations that formulates Uganda Tourism Association, where I'm also a board member. Now, I want to retire in my own hotel, and I've done 60% of the work on my own land and on my plot, which I bought. I have banked with the housing finance for so many years. Even all my hotel accounts, whether the foreign one, the local one, the SACCO one, for all my staff, I've formulated them the SACCO, and I've patronized housing finance. Is the housing finance representative here? Do they know me? If the general manager of Ntinda Housing Finance is here, they know me. Can they support me with some little money and I retire in my own hotel? When I was the general manager of Ryder, I bought that land and I'm developing it for the last 14 years. So, but the work of mine has been so hard, now I'm getting a bit, because I'm now a big man. I can get time to put that right. And can housing finance help me? Under what rate? Under what interest? And I also have senior managers who are online. One of them is my vice president, Mr. Charles Owundo, if he's here. Can he stand up and say a word?
Oh, he's right there.
That's the vice president, the national vice president of all the hotel general managers in Uganda. He's my vice. He has done hotel work. He trained in Germany. He has done hotel work for 30 years. He wants to retire in his hotel. Is there any bank that can help me and him and other senior managers? We are also training 3,600 more hotel managers locally brewed in Uganda to become senior managers. We have now trained them international training twice, in 2020 and this year in April, under international curriculum. And we're getting these people from the European Union, experts. They come here, train and satisfy, recognized by the Ministry of Tourism if they are here, by UTP, our chairman is here, he's the one who sponsored us recently both of the trainings. He's here. Mr. Chairman, UTP is here if you think Mark Kiria is lying. Yeah. So, Mildred, request the general manager of Housing Finance that Mark Kiria is kneeling down. He has supported them too much.
Long-time customer.
Yes, thank you, Mildred.
And I think UDB as well, if there are any options, there is a question. He's done 60% of the work. Can there be the 40% finance? Let's have the last question coming through and we wind up with our panel.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Jemba Kanakulia Murondo from Kasita, Uganda. A lot of discussion has been centered on the short-term intervention of up to 5 or 10 years. And we have an immediate problem, which we would have hoped to hear most of the discussants or panelists trying to touch. How much the gentleman in green from green tried to, and likewise Mildred did the same, but you came short of touching it. How much are we doing, if at all we are to tackle the present, whereby, as Mr. Kasaija had promised, we expected our economy to, but as we talk, the economy is doing, just like a faulty plane or a vehicle that is running out of fuel. How much are we putting in for the immediate? The public out there, the ordinary person is out anxiously waiting to hear from, especially the bankers. The practitioners in business are looking at the same. Can we have that discussion where my brother from Finca can say, we are talking with the Bank of Uganda, we are talking with the government, in order to suspend loans, we need the government also to come in and help us as Bankers Association. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mlon. Well, I'll give you just 30 seconds since you are the very last person. I had closed it, but since Flavia is just next to you, I will give you 30 seconds for your question.
Yeah, thanks, moderator. I'm Johnson Mboga, and I come from Kasese Tourism Investors Forum, where the local investors have put their money in developing tourism. But as most of the previous speakers have hinted on the challenges, and most of these investors, by the way, are small scale and medium, who are struggling, like everybody has known from the effects of COVID. But I haven't had any specific interventions that are being directed to these people, and yet we are hearing money is in UDB, money is where, but this money is helping these big institutions. But as local investors who are sacrificing their own money to develop a sector that is first priority for the economy, what are these specific interventions that can help such a people? I have my 5 million, I've put it in the art and craft. I have my 10 million, I've put it somewhere. How can I be helped there in Kasese? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to a close of the questions. Because of time, we have to wind up. And I will start with Victor. You will take a response to the questions and then give us your closing remarks as well, just in one.
Okay, so thank you. I think the question was by Serena, sitting over that side. And I think the question was around, there were two questions. One was around endorsement. So in terms of endorsement, we don't endorse anyone specifically. I think by using our network is that endorsement that you are able to accept a payment. The thing that we then need to now focus on is how do we drive awareness, how do we drive education, how do we get all other market participants to understand your difficulties, your challenges, how do we work with the banks to be able to ensure that we focus on that segment to be able to drive a certain type of consumer behavior so that at least the payments become something of a natural thing, something that is not queried, and I think over time things will improve. But I'm more than happy to have a chat after this and see how best we can help you together, perhaps with your banking partner. So that is something that I've taken note of, and certainly we will figure out, obviously, using platforms such as this conference, the Uganda Bankers Association event, and other similar like-minded events to be able to actually start driving the awareness piece home. And then on the affordability, I think I had captured a little bit of that in my opening remarks around, yes, the cost of the POS terminal has become quite exorbitant, especially for the smaller merchants. And that's why, again, the banks do not want to then underwrite those types of terminals. However, there are new technologies that are coming on board and technologies that are actually linked to your mobile phone. So it's not even something that you need to go and procure. You've already got a mobile phone, you can now start accepting payments. We now need to be able to then help you together with, again, your bank to be able to actually have the functionality enabled onto your platform, and then obviously we then raise the awareness, etc., and start that journey with you in that respect. So there are ways in which that is being addressed. Otherwise, we become almost irrelevant across the rest of the country if our focus is only going to remain at a certain segment and at a certain level. And this is why I think for us as MasterCard, we've got a commitment that we want to be able to address the very points that you've raised and bring more and more people who are financially excluded into the formally banked and then bring them into inclusion to actually help them in their payment business, etc. So thank you for that question.
And we'll take your closing remarks as well for the discussion.
Thank you. So I think in closing, so first of all, again, a thank you to the UBA for this platform and obviously for the sponsorship partnership. But most importantly, I think payments for us is, those of us that are in payments, we have a passion to be seeing more and more people starting to talk about payments in a way that helps their businesses grow as consumers, etc. And we have the means to be able to actually drive certain programs to help the market, etc. Uganda for us is a key market. You'll have seen in some of the, I think, presentations to yesterday and today that we are certainly focusing on those areas that perhaps we're not focusing on in the past. And that is going to help drive not only financial inclusion, but it's also going to start to trigger more activity in some of those segments, again, that we've not seen payments happening without cash. And then just in closing as well, as MasterCard, we have a commitment that we've made to the market to actually open an office here in Uganda, so that we are closer not only to our banking partners, but to the entire ecosystem, which is government, which is the private sector, which is everyone that is involved in payments. Our mandate is to actually go to a world beyond cash. And so that's where I leave it at. Thank you.
I expected a round of applause as well, unless we are saying, no, you can keep the office and not come through, and we keep the partnership as has been. Francis, please take on your questions, and you can close as well.
Thank you, Mildred. Let me start by thanking Louis for highlighting that what I had promised to share is actually the back of our books that we are all holding, so we can refer to that, to start those requirements or what we consider when you apply for that tourism facility. I'll start with Mr. Johnson Mboga from Kasese. Thank you for asking that question, and I think it gives me an opportunity to highlight what we do support. We do support SMEs. We know we have MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises, but as a bank, we support from small. Now, if you look at the website of Uganda Investment Authority, they categorize businesses from micro in terms of size, which is the number of people those businesses do employ, and in terms of annual turnover. So a micro business is that employs 1 to 4 and has an annual turnover of less than 10 million. A small business, in terms of, again, size, it is 5 to 49. And the turnover is between 10 and 100 million. A medium business is 50 to 100 employees, and the annual turnover is 100 to 360 million. Now, for us, we support, as a bank, we don't support micro, that is household level. And that's a policy from government, because there are other number of interventions through Microfinance Support Center from government that are geared towards micro businesses, other initiatives like EMIOGA, but also parish development model. So it's a good question because it helps clarify so that if you are micro, you probably will not qualify for that. But the expectation if you are nurtured through these other funding mechanisms, you get to a level where UDB can take you up. And the interest, to repeat it, it's 10 to 12% for the businesses that we do support. So if the businesses that you're referring to, Mr. Mboga, and you've heard of the facility that we currently running, it's phase 2, EU UDB tourism facility, please show up and if you fall in that category that I've described. And I think the same question goes for Mark Kiria. You talked of UDB funds and whether they also target businesses like yours. If I speak from the banking language, that's a quality lead. If you from the profile that you've given and the structure where it's reached, I think you can approach UDB and we take it on from there. I'll speak to, there was a question from Louis, EU, on the correlation between green financing, oil and gas. You asked whether there is a correlation. Indeed, there is. And whether there are discussions, about, I think, 3 weeks ago to a month, we had a discussion as UDB with UNOC. And this was the talk, because we have a green finance unit. We mind about sustainable use of resources and mainly the danger that oil and gas can pose. But we really had a discussion. And I would liken that discussion with another discussion that we've had on oil palm and climate change. And there's this paper I was reading a few days ago on the socioeconomic effects of oil palm production in Indonesia, the long-term effects of oil palm production, and they were immense from the socioeconomic side, but there were negative effects on the climate. So it's a trade-off that every government, I think, that is involved in such projects has to consider. And I think as a bank, and our discussion with UNOC was, we are happy to support those initiatives, investments that are aiming to green these investments. And we had assurances, of course, of a number of interventions and initiatives they have in place to mitigate the would-be negative effects of that environmental effect. But I agree there is a real correlation. As I conclude, I think my takeaway is related to Honorable's question on syndication, because I think this platform helps us as financial institutions, both PFIs or private financial institutions and development financial institutions, to start that dialogue on how we can together enhance financial inclusion, but also take on those projects. For example, syndication is one very good example of the things that we can do together as financial institutions, because we strongly believe at UDB that we are not competing with any financial institution. Of course, we are the only DFI, but still in the space we play in, we complement these other efforts. That's why, on a number of funding and support that we've provided, some of it is channeled through commercial banks. We do support through Postbank. And we believe that such initiatives can help us go far. But there are other initiatives that we can look into. Blended finance, I've talked of our debt and grant facility, tourism. We can do more of these through collaborations. Equity finance, yesterday there was Pearl Capital here, they were talking. We are working through fintechs, MasterCard Foundation. At the bank currently, we have 2 fintechs that we are engaging with, Nsibuko and eMatter. And these are really helping us reach out to many farmers that would otherwise reach without their support, because they work with cooperatives, they work with organized farmers, and this is the way to go. And probably it's a dialogue we can take on from here to set those institutions that are involved in different, that offer different products, how can we work together? And lastly, at the bank currently we are talking of program-based financing. Actually, we are developing a program-based financing strategy. And what we look at here, it's a discussion that came out yesterday, value chain financing. We look at it beyond even value chains to say, instead of banks waiting for customers, working for customers, how about you design a program that attacks specific value chains and even broader, that everyone plays their function. We have institutions here, yesterday we have insurance here. We have people that are into providing guarantees. We have people that are into equity. How about you design a program and you all come with what you do offer in that program? UDB can come with patient capital through debt and other products that we do offer. You can even have MTIC, Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives, organize either farmers or manufacturers into those cooperatives, or even UMA and others, so that we start attacking programs and we give it 5 to 10 years long term, and then we start measuring our impact that way, rather than wait for walk-ins and those who qualify, those who can't qualify, those who have information. If you don't have information, you don't access that facility. So I think that's the way to go, and it's really for me, takeaway from this discussion that we've had.
Okay.
I do thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that will be very welcome, that you just don't wait for the customers, but go to them. Noah, please take on your questions, and you will also wrap up for your discussion.
Thank you. Mildred, I have the privilege of having the most questions. I hope I'll have the privilege of having the most time to answer. Yes, so there was a question from Louis on collision costs perceived between climate change and oil and gas. In between the collision costs between climate change and the oil and gas sector is agriculture. Agriculture is the only sector in the world which has natural capacity to sequester or to absorb emissions from the atmosphere, where they are causing us global warming, back to the ground in form of carbon sinks. So the nexus is there. What we need is partnerships. With the current carbon accounting technologies we have, each institution is able to know their emissions, whether you are in oil and gas, but also each institution which is in the business, for example, of sequestering, agroforestry, through, say, most notably in Uganda, the crops such as coffee, is also able to know how much they sequester, because, again, you're able to use your coffee characteristics, growth characteristics, to know how much you absorb. What we need are partnerships at this point. If someone is going to be emitting a certain volume, how much are they doing to support those who are in agribusiness, who are absorbing what they are emitting, so that we are at balance? That is the whole essence of emission trading systems. That's the whole essence of carbon credits. Those who emit high must start to partner. And that's why, for example, ABI is already in talks with all these other partners that are focusing on the oil region, not for the purpose of even exploiting the oil, but for purposes of harnessing the agribusiness opportunities that come from us being present to sanitize, if I may use the COVID terminology, most common, to ensure that much as people are emitting, we are using our agribusiness to refresh and clean, and it is doable. And those interventions are there. I won't dwell so much in those technicalities, but indeed, there is a beautiful nexus. We should just look forward to it. There was a question about tractors. I'm very passionate about it because it brings us to what I was not able to discuss because of time, which is the issue of long-term financing. Yesterday, it was acknowledged that most of the monies we have, which are called long-term, are just 3 to 5 years. A tractor will not break even during that time if you're using it for agribusiness here in Uganda, unless if you're in very high value chains. As ABI, we have put in place a line of credit for long-term financing, up to 10 years, and up to 2 years of grace period, basically to allow you get it set up. The issue, though, is that as ABI, we do not give money directly to anybody. And it is our approach we use to develop market systems. When you do things for people, when you're out, they become orphans in terms of development. So we work with market systems. And that's why on the side of ABI Finance, we work with financial institutions. So we are open and we are available, again, either through our website, abi.co.ug, or through any of us you may know or you'll see around, to discuss, especially the financial institutions, on how to avail this money. Again, the modalities, I'm going to spare them for now, for the sake of time. Please come visit abi.co.ug. There are many interventions. For example, for greening, we have dedicated line of credit, 20 billion as a pilot for people who are just enthusiastic and ambitious, financial institutions that want to avail money to people who just want to do green things. So come for it. We have, on the side of awareness, and I'll tag it with Mr. Jemba's question of what is being done, like now, to ensure that we go on the other upper trajectory of growth. The biggest issue, again, is not financing from what we've had. The biggest issue is how ready as beneficiaries or borrowers we are. Uganda's borrowers, and I'm looking at both for the agribusiness sector, the smallholder farmers and SMEs, are characterized by two constraints which limit them from accessing financing: operating informally, as well as not knowing where the money is so that they can go for it. So through our awareness campaigns, and we are pushing those mainly from the green financing front, we want everyone to know. Have our taxonomy out so that we can have a reference point for everybody, but we'll also be having awareness campaigns. Lastly, we are going to have breakfast meetings for specifically these kind of interventions. We will be inviting everybody, media, financial service sector actors, please come and be part of them so that we do not only come to appreciate what we have as a whole, as actors, but we also appreciate these hard things. So when someone says mitigation or adaptation or environmental conservation or green, you don't only think about chlorophyll. So please, I would invite you. We'll be pushing this information out through the media, but also through our website. So that's what I would say. As a closing remark, it's all on their own. And I think no one should attempt to do so because they will not be happy with the results. Partnerships is the way to go. For us as ABI, we are pursuing partnerships every day. If you're talking about green finance, for example, you must get experts in natural sciences to define for you the difference between climate adaptation, which is basically learning how to live with the changing climate, and climate mitigation, which is about emitting as less as possible, and then environmental conservation, which is about conserving life below, on, and above ground. Those are critical. You can't do business without them. You need the bacteria, you need the fungi, but you also need the water. But you also need the solar, so that if you have load shedding, you can still keep your chicken warm in the brooder. So we have to work together. And again, in our breakfast meetings that we'll be having for a series of months ahead, we invite you. Come, let's partner, let's discuss, let's create self-awareness among us as actors, but for the benefit of the entire agribusiness market and the other aligned sectors. And yes, we can make Uganda greater. That's what I would like to say to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Robert, you'll have the last say, and you can as well give us your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Very good speaking at this time, because the most difficult questions have been answered. But to Mr. Johnson from Kasese, I must say you are my client. Let's sit together for lunch. You're not a client of UDB, or you're not a client of agribusiness. I will serve your needs as Finca Uganda. Then to Mr. Jemba, of course, financial institutions have a lot of interventions that are available. Right now, there is the Small Business Recovery Fund. There is a lot of concessional funding that institutions have post-COVID. Very many DFIs have been able to provide this funding, and we should be able to provide this as financial institutions to you as our clients. So it's about you being able to identify which financial institution and being able to speak to the right person. I think Honorable Mach's question has been answered. There was a bit on commodity packs. Again, financial institutions can be able to do all this that you're asking for. I realize that there's a lot of information asymmetry. And like he has said, not everyone can do everything. So it's not enough to say, my banker, my banker. Sometimes your banker may not have all the solutions, but another bank or another institution might have the solutions that you're looking for. So I would implore you to ensure that you get as much information as possible for you to be able to serve your customers, for you to be able to access these facilities. Mr. Mark Kilia, a wonderful place, Eureka. I must say that you are in safe hands. Housing Finance has listened, but also there are other financial institutions that are able to provide the much-needed funding for you. So as closing remarks, I want to thank the organizers of this conference and the sponsors, especially the Big Finca, for sponsoring this event, but to tell the audience out there that there are a number of opportunities out there, and that there are opportunities in different financial institutions, and partnerships are enabling us serve our clients better. So don't suffer without finance. We have an array of financial services from all these different financial institutions. And access to finance is something that we are very, very responding to. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the panelists. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Francis Noah, and thank you, Victor. That was key. I think what stands out in the discussion is that partnership is key, and it has to be there, but also the information, the data that is needed. And I love when Francis said, we are thinking about the whole mechanism of going to the people and not just waiting for them to move through. Because of time, we will have to close this, and allow me to officially disperse my panel. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your remarks and for your discussion. And allow me invite back Flavia Tumsime for our next session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I remain Mildred Tuhai. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much to the panel. Eyes to the screen as I allow the panelists walk. BPC have a message for us. So eyes to the screen, that will also give a chance for our panelists to leave.
Today, close to 1/3 of the world's adults, around 1.7 billion people, remain unbanked. Leveraging the proliferation of affordable smartphones, contextual, regional, and local financial expertise, BPC has designed a new experience that extends banking and payment services to everyone, everywhere. Although many organizations are working to widen access to banking service, improving financial inclusion requires a combination of technology, reach, education, and an intelligent approach. There are several key elements of financial access. It is within reach, offering solutions where the customer is. It is simple, enabling anyone to open a wallet and make payments. It is affordable, removing the barriers to entry. It works everywhere, supporting person-to-person and business-to-business payments and several types of mobile devices. Discover Financial Inclusion Bot by BPC, a chatbot app that uses the sound of the customer's voice to improve financial inclusion and address literacy challenges.
In what currency?
Request a payment to a friend or business partner, or pay a bill. Validate transactions with a code only you know.
Hello, I'm ready to help you. What do you want to know?
Shout out for support and account information when needed. Stay informed on what's new. SmartVista makes it quick and easy to launch a banking bot. Personalized services based on local customers' needs. Leverage the latest bot and speech technologies to overcome financial inclusion challenges. Get started with BPC. Build the digital bank you wish to bank with.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, the next, we'll be having our closing remarks and something special because this is day 2 and also the wrap for the Bankers Conference. We'd like to award or give something special for those who have made a difference in making today happen. But first, Mildred had a small task with her team that actually made that conversation as juicy as possible. I'll let her use the podium to call back the team. In the meantime, I would like to call upon Ms. Mona Muguma Sebuliba, who is the CEO of ABI Finance, to get close because she'll be giving our closing remarks.
All right, I don't want to have enemies at this point in time, not especially the bankers. So allow me to invite back Victor, Francis, and my team, the panelists, plus Mr. Wilbrod, please, for a photo op. All the other panelists had that, so I can't be developing and getting enemies at this point in time. So please, my panel, as it was, please kindly allow me gate you back here. And we have our photo op in just the shortest time before we get our closing remarks, and then we will be able to have our awards. And like again, I will ask, like Morris did, please, Mr. Wilbrod, at the extreme end, please don't make us feel like we are too down to earth, like when we fall, we don't feel the pinch.
Thank you so much, and what a wonderful conversation. Day 2 is definitely a passionate day. Tourism and agri-business. So the flow is this. We'll have our closing remarks, and after that, we'll be having the awards or the thank yous. Really, it's a token of appreciation because, you know, a lot of you have made today and yesterday very much possible. It takes months, weeks of planning to make it possible. Mona? Yes, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in all your respective capacities, all protocol observed, good afternoon. And I have the privilege of keeping this short and sweet because I stand in the way of you and your delicious lunch. So I'll only be encouraged if If you clap enthusiastically, I'll take a short while. If you don't, I'll stay here. Fantastic. Good afternoon again, everybody, and welcome to the end of what have been 2 exciting and productive days put together by the Uganda Bankers Association. So Uganda Bankers Association, I'd just like to thank you very much. If you don't clap, people, we will stay here. I'd like to thank the Uganda Bankers Association, right from the board to the secretariat, Wilbrod, Patricia, Eva, everybody. Thank you so much for wonderful 2 days where we've seen a lot of engagement and a lot of discussion. And as I came up here, I was just thinking we need to hold ourselves accountable, and I'm throwing the gauntlet back at Wilbrod and saying, we need to have accountability of these 2 days. We're having very fruitful engagements, a lot of promises, a lot of discussions, a lot of interesting questions that show you that the market is enthusiastic. The market is engaged. They want to know how we can partner and how we can do things together. And so Wilbrod and Patricia and team, I'm just asking that we have an accountability of ourselves before the next conference next year, or even as we go through the conference, to show what progress we have made following these last 2 days and over the years of the various discussions that we've had. But I'd really like to thank you for bringing up very topical discussions, bringing together and weaving together, indeed, very much interlinked sectors, the agribusiness sector, the manufacturing sector, and the tourism sector. Honorable Migereko this morning made a very good demonstration of it in his gift that he gave from the Uganda Tourism Board, because in there were packets of processed coffee. So we have coffee that is really from the agribusiness sector, and it has been processed, and therefore agro-processing all links into manufacturing. Noah gave a little bit more scary examples that if there was no food in these tourist places, we're probably going to eat the lions and the buffaloes, and I dare say not so much, and Mr. Simwe also spoke about that scene. But we'll have the more sanitized examples where indeed all these things are interwoven, and they were very topical because we talked about COVID, the lockdowns, the global forces at play, climate change, and all that. And so indeed, that's why I'm really calling on us to ensure that we make progress as we come out of this. Would like to thank very much the panelists of today's sessions, as well as yesterday's, because you took time to research and discuss and bring forward very topical issues and solutions. And I'm very proud to say that ABI is at the forefront of producing or bringing out solutions, and is, as Noah had spoken about today very eloquently. But I'd just like to emphasize to the agribusiness actors in the room, to the financial services actors in the room, the bankers who I'm talking to. But first, let me start with the agribusiness actors, because many of you in your second lives and different many hats that you wear, you dabble in farming, you dabble in production, you dabble in processing, you dabble in trading. Just last week, ABI launched a 7.5 billion Green Challenge Fund, where we're taking on board ideas, right from ideation, piloting, and all the way into growth and acceleration. We're financing investment ideas from as low as 5 million, 30 million, 200 million, 500 million, where you have any ideas that can address the challenges of the day in relation to climate change, adaptation, mitigation, conservation, to do with agribusiness. So if you're an agribusiness actor here, if you know of an agribusiness actor that should and can take advantage of these opportunities, please visit our website, www.abi.co.ug. But now, specifically to you financial services heads and actors in the room, we are coming to you in partnership with Uganda Bankers Association, there's Association of Microfinance Institutions, as well as FITSPA and Uganda Institute for Banking and Financial Services. I see Goreti somewhere here. And indeed, we're going to come together to demystify climate change, to demystify what a taxonomy is, to provide the knowledge that you need to both your loan officers, your credit officers, as well as develop the right products and solutions for the market. So when we knock on your door, I'm just laying the foundation that through the apex bodies, through the associations, we're going to knock on your doors so that collectively we can come up with the right solutions to climate change and its impact on our sector. As I wrap up, I would like to thank Uganda Bankers Association and all these other co-sponsors who have made this possible for today. And I'll invite Wilbrod for the next segment to guide as we close. And thank you all very much. And lunch will be served soon. So, Wilbrod or Flavia.
No, don't run away, please. I'd like to keep Mona up here. We'll be, like I said, there's a token of appreciation. For a photo moment, I'll probably have you over here. And while you're there, so I've also been asked to invite on stage for a particular picture or a pictorial moment. Yes, Mona, also Honorable Daudi Migereko back, our keynote speakers actually, Dr. Fofak and also Louis, please back on stage. Wilbrod would like to tower over that picture with you all. Just good memory, you know. We want to keep these memories here. And while we're at that, so I will start the first set of people who would like to welcome on stage to get their appreciation, the writers or the authors, those who wrote great remarks or initiatives about the Bankers Conference. It's quite a list. I will call it out. If you're here, please join us on stage. Gentlemen, for our photo. In the meantime, preparing to come on stage, Agnes Noelin Nasuna from Makerere University Business School, Diana Ntamo from Makerere University Business School, Lawrence Semusu from Makerere University Business School, Waswa Balunywa from Makerere University Business School, Brian Serunjoji, a research fellow with the Economic Policy Research Center, Herbert Biarahanga, I'm guessing Herbert didn't join us today. Anyone who will represent from Uganda Tourism Association. Jean Biamgsha, I haven't seen Jean, but if anyone can represent for Uganda Hotel Owners Association. Nicholas Senunji from Fincan Africa, and Silva Kayondo. I think I saw Silva, yes. Wilbrod is the pictorial moment. It's good, eh? You're happy, wonderful. So I will only keep Wilbrod and Mona on stage. Thank you so much, gentlemen. So my writers, when you're ready, please come for your certificate. Yeah? Oh, that's true. The honorable thinks that an honorable here might make things a bit better. We'll always need an honorable. Please, to the stage. So our writers, as I've mentioned, please come up for your appreciation. I think the ladies will help us take up. So that's Brian Serunjoji. I have Silva coming up as well. That was Brian Serunjoji. This is now Silva Kayondo, corporate and commercial. But Silva, your title is too long. From Otis Advocates. Well done, Silva. All right. We'd like to now thank our speakers. Is that Nicholas? Thank you so much from Fincan Africa. All right, so Herbert didn't make it, who's the president of the Uganda Tourism Association, so we've got representation. Anyone representing Uganda Hotel Owners Association? Okay, we've missed out there. Makerere University Business School. MOOBS, any representation? We've missed out. All right, so we'll go to our speakers of the day. We'd like to recognize and give a token of appreciation. I'll call back Honorable Daudi Migedeko, first and foremost, because it's quite important, we appreciate you. I'll also have representing the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Let's have the Director of Tourism, Basil Adra, if you're still here with us. From Afrexim Bank, please welcome Richard Wairegi. I think I saw Richard somewhere. And also, Louis would like you to come accept our token of appreciation. Thank you so much. All right, so we do have those who are on the panels. So we'll start with panel 1 of the day. I don't even know if you're still with us, Mr. Julius Mkunda, who actually gave a fantastic point. Are you still with us, Julius? We would also like to call Mr. Stephen Asimwe. I don't know if he's also still with us today. Ms. Eugene Wint Nsobuga from Uganda Tourism Association. Okay, you're taking, okay, so he'll be representing Stephen Asimwe there from PSAFU. All right. Maurice Mugisha is not here. I'm not sure who's going to represent him at this point, but thank you so much. I guess we'll all right, so she's back to represent from the Uganda Tourism Association, the one for Miss Eugene Wint Nsobuga. All right, so we'll go on to day 2. Unfortunately, our moderator had to leave us quite early for other engagements, but we thank him. For day 2, I'm sorry, the panel, we did have Mr. Victor Ndlovu. Yes, please. Mr. Robert Kakande, Dr. Francis, also Mr. Noah Womcha to please join us to get his token of appreciation. And in appreciation as well, our very fantastic, well-communicated moderator, Mildred Tahaise, will join us as well. All right, so I've been told to now give special recognition to our sponsors. This one is extra special because I think you've already received for a keynote speaker, and now you have to receive as well for being sponsored from Afreximbank. Please, Dr. Fofak, please do come and get your second token of appreciation in your right now as a sponsor. I would also like to welcome, I guess Frank is still here, Frank Moller, for our partner BPC. Yeah, Dr. Fofak, the appreciations might be a bit heavy, but we thank you. We thank you. From BPC, Frank Moller, thank you so much. It's been great having you as a partner. Yes. And thank you for showing us how you loved seeing Uganda. Come back many times. Retire here, in fact. We'd like to welcome Finca. And thank you so much, Finca, for being our partner for this year. I'm not sure if James Biaruhanga is still here, if he's by any chance stepped out. Who is representing Raxio, the data center? Ah. Thank you so much to Raxio. Help me understand, who will now represent ABI Finance? In this case, Wilbrod, you will do the honors, yeah? Because, yes, thank you so much to ABI Finance. You can see how she's one of us. Eh? Yeah, your UBA. No one will give me mine. We are the ones who are not appreciated. But thank you so much to ABI Finance. Ms. Mona Muguma, well done. Someone will have to hold it for her. Please. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. And to the partners who've stayed with us for so many years, you know when someone just sees the good in you regardless. But we've done well as well. Thank you so much. I think Mr. Sharia Ali will represent MasterCard. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Continue to see the good in the Bankers Conference, please. Yes. There's something special still for EU. So Louis, I think you'll represent. So Dr. Fofak doesn't have to show off all the good stuff. Come. Yes. The EU delegation would like to thank you so much. Yes. All right, so, and finally, whoever has been representing the Uganda Tourism Association must continue. Good things only are happening. But in this case, I'm not sure if this is breaking protocol. Who would be best to receive on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities? Basil, I think this is you. Yes. So on behalf of the PS, I think you will receive and send our love and regards. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much, Purcell. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. I'm sort of feeling like we should be glued here. It's been such a fantastic 2 days. Thank you for the great, deep conversations. And I think it doesn't need to be said again. We're all aware that the conversations don't stop here. Everybody has been writing notes because you have to implement. The bankers have been called out. The other stakeholders have been called out. And Wilbrod has been tasked to go and lobby on behalf of the other people. It's been a lot. But at least this is a chance for us to work so that next year when we come back, the conversations are different. It says we implemented, we did, we saw, we came, and that's fantastic. So I would say thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being your host for these 2 days. I've honestly enjoyed it. Thank you for being gracious enough to allow me in your presence and for paying attention and the focus. It would be unfair for me to call for lunch because I know you've waited so long. I also feel weird being the one to close it out. Wilbrod, do I let you be the one to usher us to our lunch and send us off and wish us all the best as you see us next year? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The entire team, I know that I am between lunch after a very long day. And the big guns have spoken, so who am I to take any longer? But to say thank you very much for the ideas, the sponsorship, the deliberations. We are truly grateful, very, very grateful as an industry. Today, we have been humbled by the sheer amount of sharing. In fact, for us in the sector, it was more learning. We also had a lot of partnerships mentioned and a call for action by EU. They invited the sector to come and have discussions with them on longer-term financing. How better could this day have been for this country? The Honorable Migereko did his job wonderfully. I want to really thank everybody, including participants yesterday at the manufacturing session. The chair spoke about this. Special thanks to our sponsors, MasterCard. 5 years, you have made sure this conference is successful. ABI, I speak with emotion whenever we talk about ABI. ABI, 5 years ago, gave us $1 million to build the shared agent banking system in the country. Today, we have 25,000 agents spread across the country. That's how deep the relationship is. I sat next to the IFC head in Uganda and told me, come and we discuss $200 million that banks can make use of to support the discussion today and yesterday. How better could it have been? I thank God, and I thank you for choosing me to have led the prayers. I think the Almighty is awake. Let's have a wonderful lunch. Let's put our hands together again. Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.